my god, where's my model? Jesus. Hello? There we go. Hi. Welcome to potentially the last of the devil stream for many, many months. Scary. Hi, Samuel. Oh my god. Anyway, welcome in. I don't know why my timer broke on my starting soon screen, or maybe I accidentally let it run out earlier. That's probably what it is. Good evening, Mouse Blaster, which is still a username that cracks me up. Also, thank you for letting me know, like, how much game I had left. I think I'm gonna try to get through all of it today. If there's only one more trial phase left, even if it goes a little bit long, I think I can manage to get it, like, in one go. I sure hope so, because if not, I'm gonna be off of streams for a little bit. Like, most of next week I'm gonna be gone. Thank you for the Prime subscription, Samuel. No problem. To clarify also, since I forgot that time estimate was without bonus scenes, it's okay. I think we can deal. I think it'll be okay. It takes usually, like, whatever the estimate is for, like, a regular player, streaming is gonna take longer. Just because I have to read everything out loud. But I don't know. I think we can get through like a finale length stream in one go. We'll see. I don't really have like a hard cutoff. I know people will have to go to bed because that means I will be streaming fairly late, but you know, the VOD will always be there. Thank you for the hydrate, Nick. And also hi, Nick. But I think we'll be okay. Morgan is so fine. She really is, dude. I was talking about her the other day and I was just like, I just need to reiterate that Morgan's so hot, man. Everyone in this is. I've been thinking about Sasuke Ikaruga for like 3 weeks nonstop. I want to cosplay him, which is really, really dangerous. They must have waved me down over 5 times. I've been in private banks with less active security than this. Yay, of the devil time! Hi, Senna. Were they private banks that had recently had a shooting? Did he always look so tired? Did I not notice because his face was so busted up? Did he always have those dark circles? No. Then the comparison seems flawed. But also, yay, he's not all busted up anymore. I have to wake up at 3 a.m. because I need to drive parents to the airport to visit Jacob and Small. Okay, well, you can also say hi to your parents from me. I told them to say hi to their parents collective, to Jacob's parents, but I think it'd be funny if you both told them hi. I think the bandages blocked it up. Yeah, that makes sense. Armed guards in the halls, drones outside the windows. Also, like, go to bed early then. Don't watch the stream. Androids standing firm in the streets, triple spectrum scans at every entrance. They really rolled out the red carpet for you this time. If they were this concerned, why didn't they just move the trial outside of the city? The district attorney said as much, but the city council overrode them. The district attorney? You mean Miss Rockford? This is probably not intentional, but I like that it looks like she has a little halo. I think somebody pointed that out in chat. Miss Rockford's boss. Word of the attack yesterday is already trickling out. They keep drawing attention to the fact that Rockford is assistant DA. I wonder who the DA is. And also, is that gonna be somebody scary to us? I wonder. Ring light of the gods, yeah. Also, damn, he looks angry as fuck in this sprite. I didn't notice before because his eye patch was covering up so much of it. Morgan Sarah Friday, so true. It's Morgan Friday. They can't afford to delay or it'll look like they've been successfully intimidated. There's such a thing as overcompensating. Not on the stage of security theater. Maelstrom Vortex, the chill cool DA who doesn't give a fuck. I'm not allowed to be here, but hi, Julie. Hi, Trav. Hi, happy stream anniversary. Get out. Happy stream anniversary, leave. There are probably... Oh, wait. Trav, before you go, this is the green sword guy I was talking about. This is the green sword guy where I was like, there is a green sword guy in this game. It's him. You'll like him. I think he's maybe a bit more me character than you character, but I think you'll like him.
Were you able to look over the DNA analysis that Cyanus completed, Adonai?
The report on the bindings? Yeah, cut bindings. Oh yeah, what did they say? Ooh, hardy cloth bindings found inside the room where Sosuke was held, stiff with dried blood. Sweat matches the DNA of subject A. Skin matches the DNA of subject A. Blood matches the DNA of subject A. And subject E, Miller. Miller's blood. Does that make sense? Is there something I'm forgetting here? I don't remember entirely. Unless it's just he fucked around at the crime scene and ended up with more blood on him. Gave me a lot to think about on the ride over. You're looking much better. Yes, he is. Sorry. I don't feel better. They gave me some sort of injection last night. That's not great. I don't like the vagueness of those words. I woke up in much more pain, but they still insisted on taking off all of my bandages. Ugh. Some sort of injection?
Sosuke consented to intravenous injection of a recovery accelerant at 9:33 p.m. last night.
You consented without knowing what it was? I nodded. I also don't know if I noticed that he had ear piercings. Thought it would help me sleep. That interrogation room floor isn't exactly ideal for rest. Spoiled brat. This is the same guy who was confidently telling me he was fine with going to jail.
What about you, Adonai?
Were you able to get any rest? Oh yeah! Rhea showed up drunk to her house. I slept like a rock. Eventually. Didn't even wake up when a certain unwelcome guest stumbled out the door in the early morning, thank God. That's crazy. I really hope that I hope that Reyes cannot make eye contact with us, man. Sasuke distracts me every time because he's wearing the exact fit of the current Final Fantasy XIV mascot dude down to the hairstyle, seemingly by coincidence. I feel like I've never seen anyone mention it. Oh, I don't know what he looks like. I always keep a fucked up off-kilter cop in my home to sleep better. God. But it was an accelerant, huh? I thought there was something familiar about this discomfort. They gave it to us back on the military on occasion. That's probably gonna come up later. You heal up faster, but it still takes the same toll overall. Ugh. It's literally just a fast forward button. That sucks. Explains why I feel like all my bruises are fresh.
Why'd they wait until now to start giving Sosuke medical attention, though?
That seems like a much more casual line than most of Sarah's. Maybe it's just the voice that I'm giving her, but I wonder if she's getting better at people and sass. Emma must have realized it was getting a bit silly, trying to accuse you of murdering 5 people when you looked like you had been thrown through a windshield. God, look at him. He's so... They made this boy for me in a lab.
Don't worry, Sosuke. You're still handsome, even without the rugged edge that your injuries provided.
Thanks, Sarah. Hearing that doesn't make me happy, you know. Oh, he's blushing, though. Then why are you blushing? It's not like you're spotless. You still have a mark under your left eye. I think he just has that. No, I've had that since birth. Oh. I was told once that it's charming. It is. I think you're cute, Sasuke. Why'd you bring it up? Is it not charming? You made him sad. So needy. Really, really funny. Thank you for clarifying that for the court, detective. That was the same story you told me yesterday down in the lower wards. He and Reyes were the second on the scene, so they focused on clearing the lower floors before meeting with Rogers. Good to have it on record, so I can look it over. Okay. Detective London, blah, 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 blah. Oh, right, this was odd.
As for the next item on the docket, calling the defendant to testify.
Seems like it's gonna be a nothing burger. Not entirely, Your Honor. My client waives his right to decline.
Does he now?
Lol?
Sosuke Ikaria. I'm head of personnel security at the Ikaria Financial Group.
And the IFG, that's a family-run small business mom-and-pop operation, I take it.
Family run.
Well, Mr. Ikaria, I feel like the court already has a strong understanding of the circumstances you found yourself in. How you were captured and tortured by these 4 known criminal associates, all of whom are now dead. How you were found standing over the body of Officer Chopin. I suppose all anyone can ask is, what do you have to say for yourself?
I can only tell you what I remember. Even if that's mostly pain.
How about after the pain? How did it end?
I woke up to the feeling of my blood drying on my skin.
Familiar sensation for a head of personnel security, I assume?
Objection.
I can answer. It was a novel experience. I pulled off my blindfold and felt like I'd stepped into the desert. White flaring in my eyes, heart thumping in my temple. But I realized there's a gun in my waistband. The indicator showed it was spent. Didn't know what to make of it.
Does this gun look familiar to you, Mr. Ikaria?
Yes, that's the same gun.
Let the record show the witness has admitted to wielding the same Mag US used to kill 2 of the victims. Is this okay?
I stumbled forward towards a door, and past it the whole room seemed red.
Haha, yeah, sorry. And after that, you don't remember? Anything else you'd like to say to the court, Mr. Ikaria, before we finish?
There is one more thing I recall.
Please don't throw a wrench in my case, Sosuke.
I remember holding my sword.
Motherfucker.
So he admits it. You remember holding your sword?
Woof, that ain't good.
That's very interesting of you to say, Mr. Ikaria.
It was on the ground, and it's important to me, so
It was on the ground?
I bent over and picked it up.
Do you recall the next thing you did with that sword, Mr. Ikaria?
No. The next thing I know, I'm being transported and read my rights.
I see. Your Honor, do you feel we need to continue?
The questioning?
The trial.
Ouch! Ready to begin cross-examination at any time, Your Honor. If you insist. Round 1, fight! If I could make myself sound like a Mortal Kombat announcer for that, I would. Anyway.
Surely we're past round 1 by now.
Oh, okay. Cut bindings. Yoru. Maggie West.
I woke up in that room blindfolded and in pain. Managed to untie my bindings and stumble forward. That's when I noticed the gun sticking out of my waistband. I was alarmed, but the ammo was already spent. When I stepped through the door, everything on the other side was red. All I could think to do was bend down to pick up Yoru off the floor. The next thing I know, I was in an ambulance having my rights read to me.
Sosuke isn't lying about anything, is he?
No, he's just subconsciously glossing over a certain key detail. All the trial prep in the world can't undo multiple concussions, I suppose. Yeah, he is concussed as fuck. He's on Cameo, you can pay him for it. Wait, seriously? The Mortal Kombat announcer? That's really good. Third strike voice. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, hold on, let's... What do we have as our... Hold on, shit. fuck. Hold on. I want to look at my shit.
We had cut bindings as one.
Cut with something sharp. The katana? Especially if it has Miller's blood on it. It's Miller's autopsy. Oh, no, wait, did we kill him with the knife? Fuck, I forgot. Well, we did drag the katana through Miller's blood, so the blood is still on the katana. Where the fuck is the sword? Sasuke's sword. I do wish it was listed as Yoru in the evidence, if it's listed as Yoru in the, trial portion. Anyway. Yeah, I must have gotten Miller's blood on the blade's tip. Okay, that makes sense. So he used that to cut himself free? Because we didn't cut him down, I don't think. What was the other thing that we had? The gun. Okay. You didn't untie your bindings, they're cut. Sasuke couldn't have untied his way out of his bindings. I was thinking half a step too far. I was like, well, you have to cut them with the katana because they have Miller's blood on them. I just needed to prove that they were cut. Not when they were clearly cut by something sharp. Objecting to a statement from your own client now. What do you mean, Morgan? These pieces of cloth were recovered from the room where you were held, Sasuke, and they've very clearly been cut. You didn't struggle your way out. You cut your way out. Yes, now that you mention it, that's right. But if I cut myself out first... Your Honor, the people ask that the defense do their testimony coaching before the trial begins from now on. As it stands, this has been a colossal waste of time. Tam reference? No, I'm kidding. It couldn't be, right? Yeah, I mean, this detail probably isn't important, right? It's very important, Your Honor. If he used a blade to cut himself free from his bindings, that means Sasuke couldn't have gotten free. This game feels like Ace Attorney, but with less yaoi and more yuri. That's exactly what this game is, Samuel. Hi, Max. That is exactly what this game is. We, when Maddie and I went to the Yuri Cafe dressed as them, we kept pitching it to people, and we kept being like, oh yeah, this game is like Ace Attorney, it's just toxic Yuri. Until someone handed him a blade. Meaning that the people's theory of a daring escape mid-interrogation is... Yeah, Emma's theme? Damn. Is doing just fine, thank you for asking. None of us in the court here today seriously believe this man or his memory can be taken as the truth. Then forget him and just look at the bindings. They're hard physical evidence and they have to have been cut. They had to have been cut. I don't know if I said that right. By something sharp. What do we know? What do we know that fits that description? You think it was Yoru? I think it was Yoru. His captors kept him bound in that room most of the night, then cut him from his bindings with the sword to bring him into the main room for questioning, where he turned the tables on them before slaughtering them all. Are we going to... Hold on, I'm trying to order of operations here. I feel like she is going to argue that he was cut free with that, but we are going to say that, well, it has to have been cut after the murders because Miller's blood is on it. Badass. Well, Counselor, are we done here? Could the katana have been used to cut those bindings? Yes. Looking at the actual bindings themselves, it couldn't have been the sword. It could have been the sword, yeah. I'm scared, but like, I think it was the sword. I think we're just, Emma's on the wrong, Emma has the timing wrong. I'll admit, it is possible that the sword cut those bindings. But anything's possible. And the DNA evidence points to a different answer. Your Honor, if we could please draw the court's attention to the forensic analysis of the bindings. You'll notice your client's blood, obviously. Yes, obviously. But upon closer inspection, you'll also see that blood from Miller was found as well. The poncho guy? I thought it was like a raincoat. Who was stabbed in the throat, as the court may recall. I don't know if we ever conclusively, like, proved, like, oh, it had to have been another knife. Because we know it's the knife that we killed Miller with, and we know why it's the knife, but I don't remember if we, like, landed on that in court. Or just argued the possibility of another knife. By your client's sword, as is no doubt still fresh in the jury's memory. We did not. Okay, good. Nope. Well, how can that be, Your Honor? What do you mean? Is it not sharp enough? What evasive? How can Miller's blood have ended up on the bindings that kept my client from leaving the room in which he was held? Unless Miller was killed before my client was ever cut free. That's kind of a big deal, isn't it? I thought so, at least. Ooh, the Morgan stonks. She's lying, that's not possible. Okay. You thought wrong, Counselor. It's true that the katana has blood from Miller's stabbing on it, and I'll admit that it's surprising to see his blood on your client's bindings. Miller's autopsy shows that he had no wounds besides the fatal puncture in his neck. So the bindings on my client had to have been intact at the time Miller died. But those bindings didn't need to be cut before your client could kill him. What? If your client's wrists were left bound for questioning, he could have stolen the gun, killed Tankson Creek, then picked up his sword, as he just stated in his testimony, and set to work. That's crazy, but okay. You think my client was I skipped it on accident. You think my client was drugged and beaten before killing 4 men with his wrists bound. Ah, wrong button. Hardly impossible for a man with his talents. And there's no other explanation for why he would have cut his bindings with a sword that, as you insist, must have already been used to kill Miller. No other explanation? Not even if he used something else to break out of confinements? Oh shit, okay. Used to destroy the bat would make sense. Vaguely. Oh, we did find the knife. We haven't presented the knife. John Wick could also do it, so, you know. Needles. I feel like it can't be the needles. Have we reported the knife yet? I don't want to be like, look at this knife I totally found. Trust me, you guys. There we go. I still don't know how it ended up outside, man. Oh, I don't want to present that. I might have to. He had to use his sword to cut his bindings unless there's another knife. I don't like it. Because it's not in the arcs, I'm pretty sure. Like, we know this. Hi, Judy. Judy, what time is it there? Judy, you're in Korea. What time is it there? And also, how are you on a VPN? I don't know if you can, or no, you can watch Twitch from Korea. You can't stream from there, because that was the issue I had. It's 9:30 a.m. Oh my god, good morning. Who the fuck was I looking at? Miller? B negative. Yeah, B negative. Fuck it, I don't know. What if my client had simply used this to break out?
What the hell is that?
Why can't you stream in Korea? Oh, Twitch doesn't have servers in Korea. It, like, a couple years ago, they got, like, they stopped providing service because it got too expensive or something. I don't remember. There was, like, it was a whole thing. So usually when Korean streamers are streaming, they use Soup instead. That's the case for a lot of things where it's just like, oh, it's too expensive to run this thing in Korea, so they just use a Korean app. Like, yeah, there was like some tax or something. I don't know the full details of it because, like, I've never needed to stream from Korea at length. But like, that's when Spotify is also really weird in Korea because most people in Korea don't use Spotify, at least that I'm aware of. But yeah, that's frequent. Also, like, Kakao Talk is what everybody uses instead of, like, Line. I think a lot of Koreans do have Line, though, and or WhatsApp. But generally speaking, like, there's many cases of, like, oh, yeah, people don't use that here. We use Korean app instead, which gets really annoying because I'm from America and it's mildly inconvenient. Google Maps also gets fucky sometimes, so I have to use Naver Maps when I'm there. That really depends, though. Sometimes Google Maps is good. Sometimes it's not. Anyway. Way overcooked, from what I can tell. It's a murder weapon, Your Honor. One recovered from the scene of the crime. That knife. Yes, that's what I grasped when I first woke up.
That's impossible.
What she said! There's nothing about a knife found seared to perfection in the ARCS data.
Is it overcooked or seared to perfection? This knife was not found inside the building, Your Honor. I retrieved it from the alley immediately beside it, and then we made the poor girl lick it. Your android did?
Need her to submit video evidence of the entire afternoon to verify it? Doubting Thomas?
It's not the android I'd have trouble taking at her word, counselor. What forensics have been performed on it?
There are no fingerprints remaining, and the DNA present in the blood is too damaged to be of use.
But I have identified at least 2 different blood typings. AB negative and B negative, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the people are, of course, interested in forensic analysis of any evidence that seems pertinent to the crime at hand. Morgan, this is a dick move.
But this was retrieved from an alleyway dumpster. A soot-filled drum near an alleyway dumpster. From an alley in the lower wards.
Without strong evidence linking it to the crime, I see no reason to entertain the idea that this is some kind of 4th murder weapon. 3rd murder weapon. Close enough. Welcome back, Turnabout Trump. Perhaps a 5th person came in and a 6th person assisted. What? The bat was post-mortem. Morgan, be so careful.
The point still stands.
Well, how about it, Morgie? Any link between this totally not suspicious fire-boiled knife and our crime? Or should we just throw it... oh, fuck. Or should we just throw it back in the garbage?
Again, it was a soot-filled drum by the garbage.
Of course, I have more to go on than mere proximity, Your Honor. I have proof right here that this knife was what Sosuke used to cut himself free. Ooh, his blood type. The bat was post-mortem and also really fun and satisfying, I have to assume. The bat was post-mortem and also made like a really nice crunch noise when it hit the guy. What? Anyway. Where's your proof Sosuke wielded this knife? His blood type is on it. Let me double check that that's in his medical records. That's profiles, whoops. Evidence. Fuck, it's under medical records, isn't it? There we go. Damn it. Oh, is it just a laceration on his hand? Slight laceration found on left hand, yeah. That's enough, probably. Presumably. God, I hope so. Sometimes, sometimes you don't appreciate a good 7 out of 10 baseball bat until it's gone. Yeah. God, I've been thinking about that comic forever. Ah, wait, let me just read it just to be... Yeah, cut left hand finger. Cut on left hand finger. Just take another look at that. Look at this graph. Sorry.
Your client's medical intake record?
Little late to still be drumming up sympathy, but if there are shirtless photos in the file, I suppose I have a duty.
There are.
Wait, I want to see. What? I did not remove my shirt for... If I may please direct the court's attention to one specific item. Wait, I want to see. Slight laceration found on left hand.
What do you mean slight? Like a paper cut? More like a cutting board accident.
Neither paints a very gallant picture.
But if he had a cut on his finger when he was first arrested...
Then it must have been sustained around the time of his escape. Like when he was using a knife to cut himself out of bindings while blindfolded. Wait, show us the photos! Yeah, that makes sense.
Even a master swordsman can nick himself on his blade every now and then. His katana
was found with a lot of blood on it, yes, but none of his own.
Adonai is correct. Yoru was thoroughly tested and found to have blood residue matching Miller, Trey, and Officer Chopin.
But not one drop of Sosuke's. I really have a strong suspicion that the blood on that knife is not Sosuke's but mine. And I think I could totally be wrong and Morgan didn't fuck up like that. But what if she did? But what if she did? I still don't know who did the murder, dude. I'm missing so much. Meanwhile, we have a knife right here, ready to be submitted into evidence and studied under every microscope the state can find. That just so happens to have Sosuke's exact blood type on the tip.
AB negative. That blood type.
Doesn't match anyone in this case's full file except for Sosuke and me. Ooh. What? I do blood type fortune telling. So I have a hobby, shoot me. 2 shots right to the base of my skull.
Counselor Morgan. Perhaps you might grace us all with your formal request.
I call for this knife to be submitted into the record and forensically analyzed as quickly and thoroughly as possible. Because I believe it is the murder weapon that actually ended Miller's life.
A knife to the neck.
Would be much easier to pull off than using the very tip of a sword. I'd hypothesize.
Nice recovery.
Perfect, Dukemi. In other words, then, you're asking for the medical examiner to reevaluate whether this knife might be a better fit for the wound in Miller's neck. Yeah. Did you just repeat what she just said, but slightly rephrased? A conversational tactic to surpass Metal Gear. It's worth repeating, Your Honor. Because the people understand the full weight of what this knife implies. It can overturn this entire case in an instant, depending on what Sato finds. Emma's repeating what I said because she's stunned. I just flashed her my hand and it was 1 card away from a full house. Morgan, I need you to calm down. The people have no objections, Your Honor. This trial requires that we fully examine this new piece of evidence.
The girls are fighting. Cool, so does someone have her number? Is there a group chat room for everyone who works in the government, or...
Dr. Sato is already on her way.
So there is a group chat and I'm not in it. Oh, she's so angry.
She'll begin the examination as soon as she arrives.
Guess we just slack off until she's done then. It occurs to me, Your Honor, that we ought to thoroughly examine why this possibly critical piece of evidence was not found during the police's investigation. The investigation and preservation of this crime scene was a joint effort between the police and Sienna Security.
Then perhaps our next witness can shine a light on the source of this deficiency. It's Han, isn't it? Shit. Yep. Adelaide Hahn, site manager at Cyanna Security. I served as supervisor for the scene of the crime in case all those numbers. 2 seconds of sexy back. Wow, can I call you lady? Nah, babe, but what should I call you, though? Well, you can keep calling me babe, or... You address the adjutant as Your Honor. Awfully cold name for such a hot... Okay. Why the hell wasn't this knife found sooner? Well, I hate to throw a business partner under the bus, but... We at Cyanna Security maintain the perimeters and stand watch over secured scenes. It's the cops who do the searching and flagging. You'd have to ask them why they didn't go dumpster diving. It was a drum. For Sarah. The police aren't your business partners, though, are they? I don't understand the question, Your Highness. Cyanna Security is a cell corporation owned by FIC Holdings, an offshore rebranding and effective pseudonym for Kim Acquisitions. Kim as in Hana Kim. Okay, cell corporation is an informal, rather than legal, label for a business that operates around clear, explicit knowledge of who... Oh! Yeesh. The name came from late 19th century and early 20th century covert cell systems, often employed by terrorist or paramilitary organizations. Oh, okay. I understand. There's no technical definition, but it's commonly reported that individuals are expected to complete their work without full information about how their jobs slot into the greater corporate structure. Yeah, there's nothing illegal, it's just fucked up. Wow. Users also frequently search for, what is my job? God. AKA the heart of the criminal organization operating in the lower wards that is commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia. Hold on. I wanted to reread something and I don't remember what it was. Anyway. If you say so, sounds like it's above my pay grade. Permission to treat the witness as hostile? Can I have popcorn first? Do you know why the state cooperates with the Blue Bloods to this degree? Why you're allowed to run your business and manage your petty fiefdoms? Petty fiefdoms? How about this? It's a free country and we're loyal, capitalist, tax-paying entrepreneurs. You got your own explanation? It's because you're insignificant. Oh shit. Oh shit, Emma. Oh shit, Emma. Neither you nor your organization are on trial here today. That's not a favor, and it's not a show of respect. It's just reality. The state is slow to shift its priorities. You aren't the focus of this investigation, but if you impede this trial's progress by dodging questions and playing stupid, you'll find that the state shifts its attention to your neck very fast. You got questions for me then? Why wasn't the alley searched? Because the police found all the murder weapons within minutes. No rational person walked into that bloodbath and thought, gee, I wonder if there's a knife buried under a pile of ash in the alley downstairs. Your witness, counselor. My turn. Ooh, blackjack, okay. If my hunch is right, it'll be critical that I gather as much information as possible about the scene of the crime, and the ways in which it changed after I left. When did Cyanna Security first arrive on the premises, ma'am? Midnight. About 2 hours after my client was arrested. You're sure? Checked my messages and saw the time right on my phone when we got there. You were there yourself? Trouble with being a site supervisor, you gotta stay on site. A lot of naps in parked cars.
Han let slip a few details about the building's setup when we first met. Time to get it all out on the record. Okay. Who... Building security, night's weather, the alley. Building security. Do you know who owns the building that these crimes took place in? I don't. Do you know who installed the security features on location? It was Cyanus. Must have gotten hired by someone. Not my department. But you recognize some of the handiwork. The front door was Cyanus, the individual vault room locks too. That front door was locked when the officers arrived. They had to shoot it open. Shouldn't your security systems recognize officers of the law? Our doors use physical locks. A lot of folks in the lower wards don't trust a fob scanner that can be hacked. Physical locks can be bypassed too. Sure, but at least that takes time. What the hell? Is there any way to unlock that front door without its key? I mean, you could use a spare, right? Is there any way to lock that front door without its key? Yeah, but the technique's real complicated. You walk out and let it shut behind you. That door is designed to lock behind you automatically. It's a selling point for a building designed to be secure. That knife was found in the alley only yesterday, even though the police should have searched there. Yes. Seems she didn't even say yes. Yep, it seems like not everyone did their job. Did you do yours? Was the alley monitored around the clock? It was. Any disturbances to the scene in the alley? No, none. Could this knife have been planted there? Yeah. So there was no opportunity for someone to plant that knife there after the crime occurred. Not even a blue blood? There were cops coming and going all over. Why don't you ask them if we went around planting evidence? We did our damn job. Oops. Right, as expected. Accusing a witness of corruption without strong evidence wasn't exactly a safe bet. Oh, let's check the weather. It was a warm night, I'll bet. You asking me about the weather? Not exactly grade A small talk. Relevance, Your Honor? I was trying to be polite, but if you insist. Were the windows open in the building when you arrived? There's a lot of windows. Not sure. The crime scene in the room directly below it. Were their windows open? Yes, those windows were open when Cyanus arrived. Strange. Didn't it rain that night? That drizzle was over before 9 p.m. And even if it had been a downpour, it's not a crime to risk getting your windowsills wet. All right, so the building wasn't completely sealed by the time you got there. Why was the building soundproof? All right, we're at 21. Thank you, that was a very enlightening conversation. But it raises just one question. Whoever could have gotten inside the building before Chopin and Rogers? Bonk. The hell are you talking about? Your Honor, perhaps Counselor Morgan might narrow down her absurd attention-grabbing claim first, so that the people can properly eviscerate it. Yeah, what she said. Someone got into the building before Chopin and Rogers did. That's become obvious. What are you talking about? The only way into that building was through the front door. Chopin had to shoot it down. Are you suggesting that he didn't even try turning the handle first? The front door wasn't locked. The front door was locked. This song fucks.
Was somebody let in? I don't fucking know. No, the door was definitely locked when those two arrived. This witness has testified that the door is designed to lock itself automatically, so it's impossible for the door to have been left unlocked. As you say, but in that case, if we know that the front door was locked all night, and we know that the master key was found on Creek's body on the 3rd floor, then where do I even... What the hell are you trying to say anyway? Just that they used a spare key. Oh, a spare key, how convenient. But completely unfounded. The witness just testified that a spare key is the only other way in. But there's no proof that a spare key even exists. Probably not, no. Probably. So how about I show the courtroom where it was hidden instead? Bitch, I don't know. Knife underneath its set. Signs of being moved. Is it? Well, it's not the sound system. The dumpster? I have no idea. And we don't have the drum. Oh my god. Jesus. Dirty rain marks around it, sound of it being moved. The key was cleverly disguised as a fire escape ladder. The culprit pulled on both ends to stretch it out. Clearly the key was a speaker the whole time. I mean, it has to be the drum or the dumpster. The signs of this being moved is something, but like, I don't know if it's something right now, right? Why would you... You wouldn't move the entire dumpster just for the key, would you? Dirty rain marks around it, signs of it being moved. This key subwoofer is crazy. I don't know. I think it's only one of those two options. And even though I don't know, I'm going for the maximum. I don't know. I have no idea. That's the drum that was burning in the alley. Where better to hide a spare key? It was still burning by the time the scene was locked. Fuck. Yeah, okay. Maybe if they were really determined. Your desperate flailing fills me with whatever the opposite of determination would be, counselor. Okay, thanks. I guess the fucking dumpster? The dumpster? What is your obsession with presenting evidence found in the garbage? I'm going to ignore that comment, and besides, that Eveline's really good, it is. There wasn't a spare key in the dumpster. It must have been underneath it. Yeah, sure, I guess. What? Is that true? Hey, don't look at me. I have no idea what she's talking about. That dumpster has clearly been moved, as indicated by the markings left behind from dirty rain in the lower wards. Oh, I see, there was rain underneath. Well, okay, like, I got that part. I just don't know. I don't know if my immediate guess would be like, yes, obviously there's a key under here, you know? We can all see those marks, counselor, but it could have been moved at any point after the last time it rained down there. The witness just testified that the last time it rained was 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. It's like, I'm a little lost, Morgan, but I'll go with it. So what? Your claim is that a spare key to the front door was left underneath the dumpster? Not so dissimilar from leaving a spare key under a potted plant, I was gonna say. Or a setting stone, or a biwa statue. This isn't anything like either of those examples. I love the really stupid, like, the Morgan Sarah Sosuke trio is dumb. I love them.
That dumpster is massive and its wheels are long gone.
Correct. So if anyone had moved it after police had arrived, the cops definitely would have heard it. If it was moved after the rain stopped and before Chopin and Rogers got there, that narrows it down to sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. And of course, someone would only bother to move a dumpster that heavy if they knew what they'd find underneath it. Someone like... Ooh. I feel like Adelaide is the only one that makes sense. It had to be Han, of course. Counselor. Ooh, I like the jewelry setup. As a known associate of the Blue Blood Mafia and an employee of the security company who installed the front door at the crime scene, she'd have known exactly where to find a spare key. That dumpster also happens to be incredibly heavy. But I don't believe this witness's mod documentation has been submitted to the court. Ooh. Could you estimate for us your approximate lifting strength? Hold on, I want to see something. Oh, negative. Okay. Oh, right, she's a universal donor. You lift with your back, not your arms, lady. Pushing strength, then. Me? I couldn't push over a flower. Fact is, you're just bullshitting. There's no proof for any of what you've said.
We could check for your fingerprints on the front door.
You'll find them because I've used it plenty of times. It's my job. We could check for your fingerprints on the dumpster. That thing's filthy. You'd get nothing but partials from a bunch of unlisted and addicts and whoever else stumbling around in that alley. Miss On, the ladies would like to know how much you can lift. Pretty please, please, for the court, for the court. Would we? Dunno. But after you do, I might just recall how I nearly puked when I saw that crime scene. And how I might have stepped out into that alley to catch my breath. Would you believe I rested my hands on that dumpster then? Close enough, welcome stolen turnabout. Welcome back, stolen turnabout. This line of questioning is unproductive, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan cannot substantiate her theory because the fact is, there's nothing strange about Hans' prints being on any centimeter of that building. Not when she spent nearly 2 full days patrolling it. True, fingerprints won't be enough. I need something more impactful. And I've got just the thing. What? Han was there that night. She was there before the police were there. And she was there long before Sienna showed up at midnight. And I can prove it right now. How? Exactly. What? I'm going to prove how she got there before the police did. I knew it. What the hell was that?
Adonai, did you really have to do that again?
What is happening right now? This is a simple whistle every time I press it. Oh, poor Sarah. Ugh. Every ad in the courtroom picks up a rather nasty frequency. As does any phone with the proper receiver app installed. Teehee. So, should the witness be excused so she can answer her phone, Your Honor? You brought that shit into the courtroom? Where exactly was this whistle found? At the scene of the crime, of course.
Near where Creek's body lay.
Police must have disregarded it as a keychain or a toy. Didn't anyone ever teach them that when you find a button, you should press it? That's the exact opposite of what you should do at a crime scene. Yesterday, Dr. Sato testified that Creek was alive for several minutes after being shot. If he pressed this whistle even once in that time, the witness's phone would have started getting alerts. As I've demonstrated to the court just now. Anything to say for yourself, Miss Han? Did someone install the app on your phone as a prank? Its reception has a limited range. The lower wards is a tight-knit, high-density community. How far could you have been? Far? I wasn't in the area that night. It doesn't matter what range she was at, Your Honor. The defense claims that Han entered the building with some kind of spare key.
letting the front door lock behind her to block Chopin and Rogers. But those two officers did enter after they shot the lock, at which point they didn't run into the witness.
Creek was shot at around 9:45 p.m. Considering the time it would have taken Han to arrive and retrieve the spare key, she would have only been a few steps ahead of Chopin and Rogers. After coming so far with your brilliant spare key deduction, are you now going to claim that she simply ran away? Brilliant deduction. Okay, Emma. No, at that point she would have had to hide. Huh. Skeleton key. Do you not have that in here? Since they didn't see her, logically, we must conclude that she hid in one of the rooms on that floor.
That is logical, but it is also entirely conjecture.
Not this time. Detective London's testimony established the possibility. Remember what the good Detective London testified earlier?
Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked.
I love that it's quoting like an article quote. Can you teach me how to speak brackets out loud later? God. 2 police detectives have sworn that one vault on the first floor was found unlocked. Unlocked, perhaps, by a spare master key? Is that some kind of big deal? Your Honor, what Counselor Morgan is proposing would put the witness behind Officers Chopin and Rogers as they proceeded upstairs. Not a bad place to be, if you want to do some backstabbing. You've got to be shitting me. That's some creative geometry you're employing, Counselor. Imagining the witness as somehow getting positioned behind Tariq Chopin, yet somehow remaining invisible to the eyes of Officer Rogers, unless... that's... non-Euclidean crime scene recreation. Very novel. Her insult sounded really smart, so I'm inclined to agree. I thought I had something, but when I tried to put the cards on the table... How could Han have gotten behind Chopin on the 3rd floor? Was Rogers distracted at the window, maybe? Or... Wrong question. I'm getting ahead of myself, trying to work backwards at this point. I shouldn't ask what Han could have done to get in a position where she was able to kill Chopin. I should first ask what Han would have done to serve her own interests. Your Honor, there's some testimony I'd like the court to hear once more. If you could access the stenography protocol. The what protocol? Was I supposed to be taking minutes for this meeting?
I can recall any testimony you want to review, Adonai.
If Han won't self-incriminate, then the only testimony that could give me a clue as to her actions would be... I think Rogers. I was gonna say, Rogers being distracted isn't a problem if Rogers might have been working with Han. Recite Rogers' testimony from yesterday. Start from after they entered the building. What are you fishing for?
We heard a loud slam. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay and he goes ahead.
That's it. The sound Rogers heard from the alley, the one that made Chopin want to form a pincer. That must have been when Han... Hold on, let me reread that. There we go. Loud slam. Landed on the dumpster, disposed of the knife, moved the dumpster. disposed of the knife? Maybe. I don't know if that would be allowed enough. I feel like landed on the dumpster is wrong though, but it's fine. The sound the officers heard was that of someone fleeing the scene. Out the window, down the fire escape, and onto the dumpster. It's a bit of a drop. Even a dainty suspect would make quite the racket using the dumpster lid to break their fall. Your Honor, if we have to entertain this thread of conjecture, might we at least ask for proof that it ends somewhere impactful? I hear ya. Counselor Morgan, take this one seriously. You're telling me that? What exactly are you accusing this witness of? Are you prepared to accuse Han of having murdered Tariq Chopin? Yeah. Wait, Why are you asking me? The only other possibility I think it could have been is Rogers, but... Obviously I am. Counselor, you... am joking. Well, absolutely no one's laughing. Yeah, okay, that felt wrong. If my theory is right, then it was the sound of Han fleeing the scene that caused the cops to split up. In other words, at the time she left, Chopin was still alive. She's been uncooperative and has lied on this witness stand. But Ms. Han didn't kill anyone. Woof, that was anticlimactic. Ugh, was it Rogers? I mean, perjury? Who even cares? Perhaps now, Your Honor, the court can get back on track and bring this witness's testimony to a close. And considering the fact that she may very well have perjured herself, I think it might be a better use of the court's time if we cleared the room for the remainder of this witness's testimony. No objections, Your Honor. Okie dokie. Bailiffs, clear the gallery and remove the defendant to a holding room. Okay. They're forcing us out? What the hell? Hey, tag along, would you?
With Sosuke?
Can't let someone with a concussion fall asleep, right? I am certainly not still concussed at this point. I also think that is outdated information. See, he's delirious. Trust me.
Very well, Adonai. Good luck.
Place empties out faster than I thought. No gallery, no jury live feed, no bells and whistles. You just give your testimony to the defense, the people, and moi. Then when you're done, I get to watch them argue over whether or not I should add it to the record. So you think I got something contentious to say? Sorry, but it's just gonna be more of the cold shoulder. What I think is that you're scared. The hell? Of what? Who? You? An audience? What, the pigs? You think I give a shit what any of them thinks, says, does? Even if any one of them might leak what you say back to the old guard? What's an old guard? The ruling faction among the Blue Bloods, who use young bloods like this witness as their cannon fodder. Where'd you learn all that? Do you bring a late... You binge a late dine special? Not late dine. Knowing Emma, she just learned all this from... Matter of fact, I did. Oh shit, seriously? Not the Dateline mention. Old guard knows where my loyalties lie. I'm no snitch. So now there's someone to snitch on. I don't help state prosecutors, and I definitely don't help Ikarian lawyers. The court's already emptied out. We can sit here in silence if you like. 15 minutes of nothing, and then you walk out. But when you do, someone's gonna make assumptions about what went on in here. Telling me I'm screwed if I do, screwed if I don't, ain't exactly got me feeling... Sosuke didn't kill Creek. Maybe you don't care if an Ikarian dog goes down for a crime he didn't commit, but how do you feel about the person who did put that hole in Creek's chest toasting to the news of the verdict? Screw this. 9:47 p.m., night of the murders, I got the alarm on my phone. Knew it was Creek, because the whistles all have specific frequencies. Lol. Why lol? Oh no. You gotta set him into your device if you want to listen for him. Ah, I tapped out. Oh dear. Creek had nerves like ice. Strong bluffer. Wouldn't press that button unless he absolutely had to. I ran. As fast as that way on foot. Usually is in the lower wards. Wouldn't it be terrible if Creek's killer got a good outcome here kind of lol? Yeah. Oh no. I knew where the spare key was. Helped set up the whole damn place. Doors, keys, soundproofing. Stepped inside and had just gotten my phone light out when those two idiot cops came up. Reds and blues, but no siren. Trying to be some kind of movie shit. I thought they were gonna shoot me. Then I heard Chopin getting ready to break the lock and I knew they were gonna shoot me. Used the spare key on the nearest vault, dipped inside and prayed they would just head straight upstairs. Lucky for me, they did. You followed after them? At a distance, but yeah. Saw their boots on the stairs, their shoulders around corners. They split on the second floor. One went upstairs. He was quiet, except for that squeak on the fourth step. Creek used to joke that was a valuable security feature. They separated on the second floor without any prompting. Other one was stomping around the second floor, so I was able to keep my distance. Always knew exactly where that one was. Then one shouted down. He shouted, saying that everyone was dead. That must have been Chopin just before Sosuke snuck up on him. I liked Creek. His boys were all right too. But I did not want to join them in the Red Hood's company. So I didn't risk sticking around for a second longer. I opened that window on the second floor and jumped for the ground. I was willing to hurt my knees, fall on my ass if I had to. But I ended up smacking the dumpster instead. Guy on the second floor shouted after me, "They're in the alley." I heard windows slide open above me, footsteps on the fire escape. But my knees had stopped shaking and the fog was with me. They never saw me. You're saying you never even set foot on the third floor? Not until I came back hours later as a Cyanus rep. No. Where's the spare key now? Bottom of the bay at the moment. Hell of a throwing arm, as you can see. I ain't gonna help you go snorkel around for it if that's what you're asking. Well then. The people thank you for your testimony. You've cleared up a number of oddities surrounding this case. Though none of the answers you've provided have changed the fundamental facts of what the defendant is accused of. Not quite. She was in and out, counselor, didn't even set foot upstairs. I know. Not until she came back to secure the scene, right? Out with it, counselor. There's no need for theatrics without the jury or gallery here. I'm still here. I do appreciate the witness being so forthcoming about her first visit to the scene. Now I just need her to explain why she started covering up evidence when she returned. Ooh. What are you talking about? The red ink, right? Unless it was this. Yeah, right, they were kicking the trash around. That was weird. I think it's that. Hold on, was this last one just in case? No. They were kicking trash around. Why go to such effort to hide one small scrap of paper? What is that? More trash? Seriously? That's exactly what it is. Trash. Garbage. Some idiot knocked over a trash can on the second floor. It's a big building. This stuff happens. Still don't want to answer. Happy Friday, thanks for streaming. Have fun with the last like of episode 2. Thank you. I was like, you're the one of the, I know your name from the Blue Sky. Thank you for stopping by, Mangy Carface. Yay. I'm waving at the proverbial camera. Oh my god. I'm having an absolute blast streaming this. I really hope we finish episode 2 today. I'm guessing we will. We seem close to an answer. Mildly nervous though. But yes, I'm waving and jumping up and down hello of the devil team. That's okay. I will. You covered up that scrap of paper because it implicates you as an accomplice. Didn't see that coming.
Because it's nonsensical, Your Honor. Counselor, you just got done explaining how Han arrived after the pod was killed and left before Chauvin died.
Not an accomplice to murder. Just the mafia equivalent of leaking government secrets. I cannot believe I was 2 seconds away from making the joke, you are going to confess to wiretapping. It's the same shit, motherfucker. Welcome back, Turnabout Sisters. Even though the papers were almost entirely illegible, it only took 4 characters for the P492 plan to blow up in court yesterday. Years of blue blood planning all down the drain because Creek was reading something he shouldn't have when he died. But if he shouldn't have had it in the first place, one has to wonder where he might have gotten it. Oof. All because of that one goddamn watermark. Identical to the one on your own business card. Oh!
The American Psycho joke was on purpose.
Yeah, the Cyanus watermark.
Cyanus Security? You leaked the red ink?
Creek never asked nobody for nothing. Dumbass was a giver. Gave money. Food. I really liked them. I liked Creek. It really sucks that she was there for 2 seconds, died immediately. Happens. They're cool. Blood. More than any of us. Enough that the weaker ones wouldn't have to get stuck. Guy like that came to a two-faced con hostess like me and asked for help. That red ink is radioactive. Anyone caught with it? Why would he ask you for it? Old guard knew Creek was shit. Old guard knew Creek was charismatic, brave, smart. Everything they feared in a young blood. But they also knew Creek made them too much money for them to just off. Ooh, the camera's doing funky shit. So the old guard decided to wear them down instead. More jobs than any other crew, more responsibilities. Less downtime. No sleep. Keep them too tired to have time to rebel, then wait for them to screw up. So you can make an example of them when they do. Managers would do the same thing when a host got too full of themselves. Huh. Started thinking they were the ones bringing in the money, they were the ones who should keep it. Just put them on the grind. Grind them into dust. One old bastard had them trying to grab that Ikaria kid or whatever. At the same time, another expected them to do some kind of arms handoff to a big shot. At least that was the rumor. Look, point is, Creek knew they had a target on their back already, so they wanted some kind of deterrent. They could have dropped that red ink into any inbox in town like a tactical nuke if they had to. But maybe that's why they fired their missiles first. You think the old guard killed Creek?
I don't think it was that pretty boy Hound nursing those broken bones. Did he off the Chopin guy, though? I mean, I'd kill a stuck-up, spoiled prick like that for no motive, so...
Did that answer your questions, counselor?
Not the most burning one. When did this scrap of paper arrive on the second floor?
Wasn't there when I ran out that window. It was dark and you were panicked. How could you even have noticed? Paper's white.
If you had seen it, would you have taken it? You kidding? Yeah, of course I would have taken it. Would have eaten the damn paper to make sure. Why didn't you simply eat the damn paper later when you did see it?
Removing an item from an ARC-scanned building would set off any number of red flags.
Han, this is your lawyer. I am advising you to keep talking about how you would kill that guy for nothing. Hey, just for the court, just for fun, just for us, just saying. I would like to hear.
And the first thing that would happen is they'd wind the clock back to see what it was. That's what I did. Look back to see how the hell I missed it, but the damn thing was in every pic the ARCs had, right from the beginning. Knocking over trash to hide it was the best I could do.
Lower ward survival tactics. Hide in numbers. If this scrap wasn't on the second floor when you left, but it was on the ARCs from the start, that means Reyes's body cam saw it by the second floor windowsill. The one that connected to the fire escape. We have not heard back from Reyes yet.
Your Honor, I believe we're done with this witness, even though all we've managed to establish is that
someone went from the third floor to the second floor without taking the stairwell. Someone circled around. You got all that from one paper? Am I stupid?
Just because those papers originated on the third floor? If that scrap was found by the windowsill, someone could have taken the fire escape.
Exactly.
Could have. Someone could have. But obviously they didn't, because then they would have run right into
Dr. Sato! She has some evidence or DNA or whatever. Maybe even an updated autopsy report if you even care. I care about her updated autopsy report, 80. Should we let her in?
Your Honor, you're the one overseeing the trial, so
I can cry if I want to. Open her up. And kick the flirt out.
Hey, Miss Morgan. That Ikarian dog didn't kill Creek's pod.
No, he didn't.
You gonna find out who did? Technically not my job.
Hey, I continue to be psychic.
Not your job, huh?
Guess I deserve that.
Finding Creek's killer is not technically my job either, hon. But if they're brought before me, I can promise I won't hold anything back.
Appreciate the sentiment. But I'm not gonna hold my breath. And I won't tell any of the other young bloods to hold theirs.
Phew. Lots of news to break. I'll leave the interpretation of the good and the bad to you two.
That's cool. Just imply I'm the ugly. It's fine. Counselor Morgan's hypothesis stands.
This knife matches Miller's entry wound.
Well, how about that?
And it matches the wound better than the katana, considering what we discussed yesterday. I'd be ready to say this is definitively the murder weapon used to stab Miller. But I've had no more luck with DNA testing than Sarah did. Thank God.
Just on the off chance that that is Morgan's blood. Whoa, okay. You weren't able to get anything?
Nothing in the range of admissibility. However, like Sarah, I was also able to perform blood type analysis on the blade. And while I also found AB negative and B negative samples on it, I found one more blood type as well. A positive.
A positive. Who the hell has A positive? Why was I about to click on 80 again? Goddamn. Chopin. Are you the only one who has A positive? He's totally the only one who has A positive. Daisuke just in case, no. Right, universal donor, I keep forgetting. Nope, she's AB positive. Mide is A positive. Okay. A negative. No positive. Three people cut with one knife. This can't be hygienic. As long as you don't stick it in your mouth, you should be fine. A positive blood. Who was there that night that had A positive blood? Your Honor, these findings bring a rather alarming fact to light. Dr. Sato's analysis has led her to conclude that this is a better match for the stab wound to Miller's neck. A third type of blood. Probably Chopin's, but... Your Honor, these findings bring a rather alarming fact to light. If Dr. Sato believes that Miller was most likely stabbed by this knife and not the katana, that means that this knife was also the source of Miller's blood on Sosuke's bindings. So either my client killed 4 men while cycling between a gun, a sword, a bat, and now a knife with his wrists tied together, all before ever stopping to cut his bindings. Or he was still in captivity when the Blue Bloods were killed. But wait, that almost sounds like an alibi for 4 of the 5 murders. Let's go, Scarlet Draw. That is not an alibi, Your Honor. Merely an increasingly strong shadow of a doubt. The jury can decide that for themselves. The facts surrounding Tariq Chopin's death still stand. Sosuke Ikariya was the only living individual in the room Chopin was killed in. Sosuke Ikariya is the only person with his fingerprints on the katana. Save me, Scarlet Draw. Save me. Something he corroborated with his very own testimony just a short while ago. And the defense's theorized fleeing suspect has already been revealed as incapable of committing any of these crimes. Yes. But unfortunately for the people's case against my client, there is evidence that completely overturns our understanding of how Chopin died. Knife. I really want to double check, just in case. I'm doing a little dance, you can't see me, but trust me. Where the fuck is Chopin's? There we go. Is that knife large enough to impale him, though? Clearly he was stabbed with the fire escape. Clearly he was stabbed with the red. Yeah, I mean, it has to be the knife, but like, I fucking guess. My Swiss Army fire escape can also double as a weapon, yes. The knife that Dr. Sato just confirmed was used on Miller. I don't like how you're phrasing that. I feel like I got that super duper wrong. Very likely used to kill Miller, yes. But definitely used to kill Chopin. What? What are you going on about? Blood typing. Chopin is the only victim with A positive blood. Even my client, Sosuke, has AB negative blood. Yet Dr. Sato just told us that A positive blood was found on this knife. That blood could have come from nowhere but the single fatal wound identified on his autopsy. Chopin's blood was all over that scene. The knife could have fallen into it at any point. Ooh. Not at any point, no. This knife was removed from the crime scene and had never been... This knife was removed from the crime scene and never seen by the Arcs. That means it had been moved into the alley before Detective Reyes arrived on the 3rd floor. But Chopin was impaled by the sword. We've all seen it. Yes, but not fatally. How could that stab wound not be fatal if something killed him before that? Because it was post-mortem. You're basing this on the blood? Usually closely follows a stabbing, yeah. It's the amount of blood, Your Honor. An impalement doesn't leave much blood on the scene because the weapon acts as a stopper. I assumed that the blood... Jesus Christ, I can't read. I assumed the amount of blood at the scene was the result of the sword being jostled afterwards because the wound had been aggravated. But this knife turns that idea on its head. Yes, Chopin was stabbed in the heart from behind, but it was most likely with this knife. Jesus! He collapsed on the floor dead, and then the knife was removed, and his corpse was impaled with the sword in the same wound, leaving a mark on the floor. The sword was only then moved around, increasing the wound size and masking the initial knife's entry wound, while utterly soaking the floor in blood. It's a possibility. If I may, Your Honor, this may be just a possibility, but it's the possibility that makes the most sense to me. It's absolutely ridiculous, but it also makes the most sense to me. It explains the irregularities with the victim's substantial blood loss, the pattern of the wound, and the indentation on the floor. It might make medical sense, Dr. Sato, but the sequence of actions you've described are not those of a rational human. But... wanting to frame Sosuke for the murder seems pretty reasonable. And stabbing the corpse with his katana would be the best way to do that. Yeah, that's fair. They didn't need the katana to frame Sosuke, they didn't. They could have used the knife to frame him, why did they throw it out? Right? I feel like they could have framed him another way. Nope. 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 I'm sure it occurred to them that the sword would point to Sosuke. But if their primary goal was framing him, all they'd have to do is put the knife in his hands. Yeah, right? That's true. Swapping out the murder weapon and disposing of the knife is 2 to 4 times as much work. That many more chances to make a mistake. It's nonsensical. Well, it's nonsensical because I'm the one who stabbed the guy and then somebody else came in and did all this shit. But stabbing Chopin's corpse with the katana didn't help them frame Sosuke. So what did it achieve? Made a big mess some poor schmuck would have to clean up. Yes, that's... Chopin's blood nearly destroyed all the red ink dots at the scene. But who says that's a coincidence? What if Chopin was stabbed twice, just so that his blood would cover up the red ink dots? I would not be able to hold my tongue like this. It would be so tempting to make that joke for real, right? Morgan's so brave, guys. Morgan is so brave and strong for not making 10 million jokes about how she did it. Anyway, makes sense to me.
No, not your logic for the stabbing. This idea of yours that Tariq Chopin was part of some kind of conspiracy to defraud the city.
Agreed, that is insane. I believe just the opposite.
She's admirable for this, actually. She's making great strides as a woman in her field of absolutely insane, brutal amounts of murder.
You what?
Tariq Chopin was an unpopular, straight-laced political aspirant working as a cop only to improve his electability. His personality, his family, his goals. He'd have every reason to blow the whistle on Prop 492.
And just get the whole project cancelled?
Leaving the lower wards in an underdeveloped lurch. A lot of people would hate to see that happen. A lot of blue bloods. But the son of 2 city councilmen wouldn't care. And an Ikaria like my client would actively be rooting for it.
You think that Chopin was murdered just to cover up the fact that Prop 492 had been corrupted? Just? All that money left on the table?
All the future money coming down the line? That's a much better motive than... What was it you proposed exactly? That my client saw a police officer and would rather stab him than have to explain why he'd kill his captors?
Something along those lines?
We should learn humility from her actions. So, like, what's going on now? Did Sosuke do it or not?
That will be cleared up in very short order, Your Honor.
With the help of our final witness. Oh? Are we bringing Rogers back?
So Yoru wasn't even really used to frame me. It was used to draw more blood from the wound to soak the papers.
A very cold decision to make in the heat of the moment. Defiling a corpse just to protect investments.
Colder than stabbing someone in the back? Also close enough. Welcome back, the Great Ace Attorney.
In some ways.
Didn't think that was up for debate. Thank you for joining us once again, Officer Rogers. Oh, I was right. No problem. Where is everybody, though? Well, after the shooting yesterday, I'd rather not risk the integrity or celerity of this trial by rescreening every member of the gallery when I've already cleared the room once. Celerity? Speed! Trial's gotta go fast, baby. And it takes everyone a while to find their spot in the stands again. We were almost caught in... I can't read. We were almost caught in the line of fire not 24 hours ago, Officer Rogers, yourself included. Surely you don't find the lack of an audience to be intimidating? No, I guess not. Where'd we leave off with this guy anyway? I believe that lawyer over there had just accused my late partner of being on the take for the Blue Bloods. I was merely exploring a possibility raised by the witness's sworn statement, Your Honor. That he never heard any gunshots in the area himself. And I stand by that. Good.
Does the defense have questions for this witness, Your Honor? Or should we all continue to glare at one another for the rest of the day?
Tempting, but I guess we better not. Your Honor, we ask that the witness testify once more about how he and his partner arrived on the scene. Yeah, no problem. I'll repeat it as many times as you like. I'm gonna have to call you on that. She thinks she's so funny. Okay, whistle. That's all we have? It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. Door was locked. I checked the alley, but didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot off the lock through the door and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs, then there was a slam and my partner bolted to the 3rd floor. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. To find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body.
Adonai? Are you waiting for something, perhaps?
Just savoring the moment, I suppose. There's only one thing to do at this point, and once I hit the trigger on it, things will really take off. Is it literally just this? All we have is the whistle. right? It's not some secret other thing. Am I overthinking this? I don't remember what he said last time is the other thing. It's been like a week. The dangers of streaming shit. Okay. Hold on. Fuck. Hold on. You have the right idea. Go to the documents folder of your computer to find the second piece of evidence. Hold on. And then show us the 3 numbers on the back of your... Okay. Do you think my mother's maiden name is probably the clue? I think that's it. Okay, hold on. Let me, what the fuck did we just say? Before I reread the testimony 5 times. Where's the thing? Yeah, he never heard any gunshots in the area himself. Right? Is that it? Is that all we're doing? Ooh, Jesus. Quit that already!
As I've mentioned, I feel many times now that it's a very unpleasant tone, Adonai.
Sorry, Butterfingers.
Hasn't anyone ever told you it's in poor taste to use the same trick twice?
It's been a lot more than twice now. And besides, it's only an issue when it's used twice on the same audience. Speaking of which... Bitch. You gonna answer that, Officer Rogers? Just to fill you in, officer, what I accidentally pressed just now is a whistle found at the scene of the crime. Weird coincidence that my little slip-up coincided with your phone vibrating. Can you read us the notification you received just now? Or should the court computer simply force open all your devices and splatter your data across the walls? Splatter your data across the walls is really good.
Officer Rogers, you have a so-called receiver application installed on that device, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Is that in line with department guidelines on use of third-party software on state-provided devices?
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, no, I love that I love that data sounds like blood. I love that that's the society. I love that that's the society that we live in this. Oh, that's good. I'm not breaking any regulations. Doesn't need to earn you any demerits to make you look guilty of sin. You and your partner, that is. Did Chopin also have the app installed? We can go check. If having that app on your phone makes you guilty of something, are you about to tell me every police officer has that? Yup. You'd have to arrest half the cops patrolling the lower wards. What do you mean? It's common knowledge that orcas use unconventional tactics to talk to one another. Flags on buildings, clothes left out on lines, smoke signals, probably even messenger pigeons. Where? Don't jump scare me like that. When you've got a figure this statuesque, every pigeon is a disaster waiting to happen. Anyway, whistles like that aren't uncommon.
So is it common for members of the police department to try to listen in on the chatter of groups like the Blue Blood Mafia?
Lower wards aren't a place a cop walks into without every weapon they can carry. And that goes double for information.
So there's nothing suspicious about his phone reacting to that horrible, horrible racket. Adonai, have I had to put up with that noise for nothing?
Not for nothing. The witness is correct, Your Honor. There's nothing suspicious about having a receiver installed on any of your devices, even if you aren't a cop. But isn't this one specifically Creek's? What's incriminating, yeah, is the fact that Officer Rogers' device responded to the specific frequency of this whistle.
Sorry, officer. A little blue birdie already told the court that you need to input a frequency in order to get alerts for it. Yeah, I know that. So does the whole force, in fact. What? I see. The hell is she reading over there?
Officer Rogers. Testify about this anonymous tip that the police department received last night.
Fuck. Oh, I haven't seen the submission myself, but it came through the department network straight to everyone's inboxes. Be advised, anonymous tip suggesting potential Orca analog chatter at the frequency listed below. Patrol officers in lower wards use this information at your discretion.
That's absurd. What's the point of informing every cop in the city about its secret communications channel? The Blue Bloods would find out their line is compromised within minutes.
Would they? I don't know. I don't control how anonymous tips get handled.
But as soon as you got an email telling you there might be criminal communications occurring at a random frequency, you tuned into it right away?
Believe it or not, I'm a little concerned about criminal communications these days. Having seen my partner murdered by an Orca right in front of me, barely 24 hours before nearly getting shot myself.
Back up. You saw the moment of your partner's death? That's news to the court.
You know what I mean.
Your Honor, the tip was submitted and the frequency was spread throughout the police department network. Likely because the Blue Bloods believed it to be compromised, having already been used at the scene where 4 of their members died. Officer Rogers may have the receiver app on his phone, but so do many other police officers in the city. The app doesn't provide timestamps of when frequencies are added, so there's no proof of when his phone first started listening for the frequency. Neither he nor his partner were members of the Organized Crimes Unit. Therefore, they had no criminal informants of their own, and they could not have obtained this frequency before the rest of the department, since the defense cannot prove that this signal was acquired legitimately.
I never said I couldn't prove that. Ooh. The officers couldn't have acquired that frequency unless...
I just noticed these all have little axes on them. Huh. That's fun. Let me look at Creek's datapad really quick. I'm pretty sure it's the Cyanus documents, but... I think it has to be the scrap of paper because it would have been an analog thing. I don't know. I don't know, I say, and then I put it to max. I don't think that was right. For your consideration, the scrap of paper found on the second floor. The frequency could have been found on it before the red ink degraded. Even if that was somehow true, which it isn't, what would it matter if the officers acquired the frequency after arriving at the scene? Okay, yeah, no, that's not it. That makes sense. Where's the last one? Oh, the gun. They met him before. Where the fuck is it? Yeah. Civilian frisked by these 2 officers. No, we haven't saved in a hot second.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
The gun, what of it?
Not just any gun, a Mag US, legally registered to Anchor 10.
And how do I know that?
Because this gun was identified and scanned over a week ago, when Tanks was briefly detained by some well-meaning officers on patrol.
The report.
Officers TC and HR reported the following. Subject in possession of a firearm in violation of parole. And subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on his personal phone.
He wrote all of that in the report?
You and your partner found the emergency frequency for Creek's pod over a week ago by skimming Tanks' phone. And sat on it until last night when you kindly dropped it off in the tip box.
What the hell are you even saying?
Why would we frisk the perp, get good intel, and keep it to ourselves? For the same reason your partner might report a generic shots heard over the police network when he already knew exactly where to look. The same reason he'd be ecstatic at finding documents on Prop 492 at the site of an orca bloodbath. You wanted your gold stars. You wanted to be first on the scene at the site of a blue blood massacre. Council is badgering your honor. Yay, Emma theme. And losing her meager thread of logic in the process. The previous witness testified that there was, in fact, a silent alarm that night. A silent alarm that needs to be actively pressed. It could only have gone out before Creek's heart stopped. Said witness responded to the alarm by traveling on foot, and yet arrived well before Rogers and Chopin. The lower wards are maze-like. She could have been closer. That whistle has a limited range over it, which... Wait. The whistle has a limited range over which it can be received. You proposed that Officer Rogers and Chopin were within that limited range at 9:45 p.m., yes? Obviously you do, or else they would never have received the frequency at all. So if person H is on foot and individual R is in a police car, and they both receive a signal at the same time, and a train leaves Appletown at 3 p.m. I was about to make that joke. Excellent.
That seems like an irrelevant factor.
The music going back in. All the court need consider is this. How could Officer Rogers and Chopin have possibly arrived later than someone traveling on foot if all three were within that range? Can't believe I told my geometry teacher that none of this would ever be useful. This isn't geometry, damn it. It's just logic. The fact is they did arrive later than Han. If I'm right about the motivation for Chopin's actions that night, if he was sitting in his police car and suddenly got a notification telling him some blue bloods were having a life or death emergency, how would he react in that moment? It would seem that the defense does not have evidence available to address this contradiction, Your Honor. Evidence explaining exactly how Chopin proceeded to the crime scene? I have that evidence, or I don't have that evidence. What do I have? If he was sitting in his police car and suddenly got a notification, how would he react? Because if we're like, what if they just waited a bit? Like... I don't know what we would have. I don't know. Regretfully, Your Honor, we do not have such evidence in our possession. But fortunately, Your Honor, we live in a surveillance police state. Pardon? And that makes it pretty easy to surveil police officers. The officers' patrol car, their cell phones, traffic cameras, and optics data. I could request any of it. Hell. Your Honor, I formally subpoena all of it. What? Yay! What?
Can she do that?
I'm not sure. I'm still learning.
Reyes's drunken swipe at my front door reminded me exactly how much power the police have. But it was her dutiful checking in that made me realize just how hard it is to lose a cop in this city. Oh yeah! Whatever it takes to answer this question for the court. After Officer Chopin reported that he heard shots fired at 9:45 p.m. Exactly how long did he and his partner do donuts in the parking lot before actually driving off to the scene? That's what I'm saying! Kind of a big ask for the defense, but it's entirely doable. Do the people object? That was an awesome way to loop that scene in, yeah. The thing about games like this, especially, okay, so with Ace Attorney, one of my favorite things is when a case has a lot of setup before, if they have a lot of setup before a crime, that's like generally one of my favorite like types of cases. It's just like, one, because it gives you a lot of sort of like slice of life character moments, and two, because in a game where you're doing an investigation, in like a detective game, because that's what these are, even if we call them lawyer games, every scene has to be purposeful to the case, right? So the one thing that is, luckily, it doesn't take away from the fun of the mystery, I think. At least I've been having a ton of fun, even if I like can see the formulas really easily now, as somebody who really, really loves detective games. If you are given a scene, or if you're given a piece of evidence, you have to use it. If there's no use for it, why write it in, right? I mean, it's the same thing with, like, I don't know, movie props, or like any piece of media. Every piece of it has to be purposeful, or else why would you keep it in? And so, like, the scene with Reyes is a really, really good character moment for both Reyes and Morgan, but also there has to be a reason for it. Yeah, you guessed it in advance. Very nice. Yay! I was wondering if it might be Rogers who, killed Chopin. As it is right now, I'm not terribly passionate about taking down Chopin's killer so much as just getting the eyes off Sosuke and off of me. Catching me is a later problem. That principle is also why I get scared as hell when Han gave us the business card and it became evidence right away. Yeah, I didn't notice it becoming evidence. Did it? That's the other thing, is this game does leave out a good chunk of things for, like, there are several things that we don't have in our, like, evidence record that I'm like, fuck, I wish we had that, but we can't. I am a little worried about this note. One thing that's been bothering me is I'm like, why did you misspell it? But yeah, you will always use every piece of evidence. Oh yeah, Han's card. Oh my god, I just saw she wrote with a little heart and her phone number. Yeah, Cyanus. Oh my god, it even has a watermark. Also things like that, where this game is very heavy with, it's a very heavy game with references, but the references help draw your attention to stuff like that. Like the, oh my god, it even has a watermark. Like, if you catch the American Psycho reference, it's really funny. But also, it helps you remember the watermark when it comes up later. Because, like me, I've spent weeks since Adelaide Hahn handed us her business card. But I remember the watermark joke. This game is so good because it rewards you for being, like, aware of pop culture and aware of, like, you know, like, not like classic literature or anything necessarily, but like knowing 1984, knowing American Psycho, knowing Ace Attorney, things like that, it's been helpful to my enjoyment of the game and also to like the function of the game. It's nice. Anyway, what the hell are we doing?
The people, of course, object to any data collection effort that would be a waste of taxpayers' money or a violation of their privacy. So we would prefer that the range of this request be narrowed somewhat. Narrowed perhaps from everything to something.
Happy to do that, Your Honor. I promise not to act like a kid in a candy shop when browsing through.
If you do this...
Ooh, danger noise.
If you subpoena that data, you'll just see me driving like a lethargic moron.
Officer Rogers? He seems different.
Hardly recognize him. Agreed. But I recognize his type. God, Sosuke's so pretty. Sorry. Soldier. Your Honor, what the defense is suggesting is largely accurate.
Pardon?
That's a first.
Though there are some corrections I feel I should make at this time.
No objections here?
Officer Chopin is the one who discovered the frequency when we apprehended Anchor Tan.
I like that half his face is shaded now, and he looks more like a cop because he has his cap on. This is good.
He entered it into both our receiver apps at that time without my knowledge. It wasn't until the night in question that he chose to inform me of the intel he had obtained, and how he planned on acting on it. At 9:45 p.m. we received a signal. Before I could react, he had put out a notice on the police network that he had heard gunshots. It was at this time that he told me to drive towards Blue Blood territory. As he started to explain to me what he believed we would find, I chose to take a suboptimal route. We spent several minutes in traffic as he berated me for my sense of direction.
So you both knew the silent alarm would lead you to some kind of blue blood emergency,
but only you realized that meant you should take your time getting there. Logically, a silent alarm is triggered during a confrontation, not afterwards. I had no desire to walk into the crossfire of an Orca gunfight without backup.
you could have had backup. Easily.
My partner had no desire to share our intel or how we obtained it. And late as fuck.
Hello, welcome in, Batman Twitch.
I apologize to the court, Your Honor, for being evasive or misleading during these proceedings. And I intend to take full responsibility for doing so. But I was not eager to admit my... Nope, I can't read. I was not eager to admit the role my own cowardice played in these events. Nor would I ever want to imply that Officer Chopin was responsible in any way for his own murder. Very warm sentiments from the officer.
He's so pretty. Delivered with a voice as cozy as ice water.
So you're telling the court that you and your partner arrived at what you expected to be a bloodbath? And you still shot the lock off the door and started stomping around inside while separated from one another?
Respectfully, ma'am, with the route I took and the time it took us to arrive, we expected to find all targets neutralized. And that expectation was reinforced when we arrived on the street and found the whole vicinity dead quiet. Yet we were still first on the scene, despite my stalling for time. I think I might have enthused my partner. He was excited, and I let him set the pace. It's my deepest regret that I agreed with his request to split up.
First to arrive on the scene? We know that wasn't the case. A blue blood got there well before you and your partner.
That's what you were talking about?
The witness wasn't present for that individual's testimony. He's merely giving the facts as he knows them. And he can't have known that there was a blue blood in the building.
On the contrary, he already testified about encountering them yesterday, as they made a not-so-silent retreat down into the alleyway.
That was a blue blood making all that racket? I see. My partner, Chopin, he shouted that there was someone scrambling around down in the alley not long before he was killed. He must have opened the windows on the 3rd floor to check.
That's a new detail, Officer Rogers.
Pardon me if I failed to mention it yesterday.
You didn't mention the windows before, did you?
It occurs to me you weren't present in the courtroom when this other curious detail was brought to light.
The fact that there was another weapon at the scene of the crime. Chopin's fingerprints aren't on the window. A bloody knife, which somehow ended up down in the dumps.
Know anything about that?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Playing dumb? Wrong move.
But I do know Cyanus is a bunch of amateurs with conflicted priorities.
Explain this to the court, then. Forensic analysis has already shown that this knife was the murder weapon used to stab Miller, getting a healthy amount of his blood on it in the process. It's also been established that this knife must have been what my client used to cut his own bindings.
If you say so.
The evidence says so.
If the defense isn't interested in asking the witness questions, perhaps they'll answer mine. What does that have to do with Officer Rogers?
Everything, of course. Allow me to show you why. If Rogers was arresting Sosuke, he should have found the knife. But he didn't, right? Hold on. We know for a fact that Sosuke had to use that knife to cut his bonds. And Detective London has testified that Officer Rogers apprehended Sosuke alone. So why can't the officer who apprehended the man last known to be using this knife tell us how it ended up in the alley?
That is a question well worth asking the witness.
I have no idea what you're talking about. When I found your client, he had the Mag US and he had the sword. The sword he stuck through my partner. This knife you're talking about? Where'd you find it? In the trash.
Drum.
Poor Sarah. Down in the alley? Well, then some crime scene tech idiot must have thrown it out thinking it was bio waste. Or some Cyanus lackey tossed it as a prank. I wouldn't know, because I spent hours getting debriefed in that room on the 3rd floor while they set up the arcs. I spent all night in a room with my partner's corpse. Never took a trip down to the empty recycling bin.
We know the knife was with Sosuke at one point, and we know it ended up down in the alley later. So it stands to reason that someone had to walk it downstairs and out of the building, or toss it. If Rogers never left that room all night, then someone else must have moved it.
Okay. He couldn't have removed the knife. He could have removed the knife. What do we know about the knife? Ugh. He's also AB negative. Interesting. I don't know. We know the knife was with Sosuke at one point, and we know it ended up down in the alley later, so it stands to reason that someone had to walk it down and out of the building. I feel like he could have. 0 points for you.
0 points again?
All that processing power and you can't manage to think in 3D? It doesn't matter if Officer Rogers stayed in that room all night, Your Honor. All anyone needed to do to dispose of the knife was to step out onto the fire escape and... plonk. Drop the knife down into the barrel waiting below. Yeah! No need to leave the 3rd floor. No need to leave the crime scene at all, Officer Rogers. What kind of trick shot bullshit are you talking about?
That is a long drop, Your Honor.
A straight drop. Gravity's convenient like that.
The target was a small drum in a dark alley.
Said drum was burning when the police arrived. The target would have been plainly lit and... I've taken both of your arguments into consideration. After much deliberation, I've come to the conclusion that the proposed method of removing the knife from the 3rd floor is not actually that hard to do. Assuming a modicum of hand-eye coordination and a basic understanding of Newtonian physics. Well, obviously, couldn't anyone manage that? Are they about to bring up that he's a terrible, terrible shot?
Practice martial artists who are masters of every muscle in their body. Individuals like yourself. And me.
Oh, she's so cute. She's so cute. That's my daughter. That's my daughter. That's my daughter.
Might find it hard to relate. But there are some who would struggle with the task.
Yourself and I. Oh, Sarah, she's so cute. That's my daughter. Wait, hand-eye coordination?
Eloquently put, Your Honor.
We're so fucked.
So you must agree that someone with hand-eye coordination so bad that they hold the record for worst marksmanship in the entire police department. Someone with such poor aim that they opted to physically assault the target rather than shoot them. Someone like that might find it impossible to pull that off.
Girl. Are you talking about me? She's talking about me, Your Honor. And while I find her tone unflattering, none of what she said is false. Apologies that dropping the knife from the fire escape didn't occur to me as a possibility. It must be that for me personally, such a method of compromising a crime scene is not only unthinkable, it's impossible. All the stupid details to come back and bite me in the ass. The piss poor aim that London mentioned.
Is it possible that Officer Rogers faked his poor aim at the academy?
It's easy to not hit your target. But why would he intentionally flunk a shooting test years ago to give himself such a strange alibi here today? That's what I was about to say almost word for word. He didn't flunk his test. He got the very lowest score you could possibly get while still being certified. Good lord, you'd have to be trying to...
If his goal was to receive the exact minimum number of points needed to pass...
Is it a mod?
His margin of error would actually be much smaller than anyone simply doing their best.
Does he have an aimbot on him? Like, what is... Does he have a slightly on-purpose shitty aimbot on him so that it doesn't sound like he faked his results, but it sounds feasible that he's there? That pair of ... dots from the two of them was awesome. Yeah. But then, what about when he first saw me? Love how that trick is so strong when done with the right visual novel portrait. Yeah! There was a tweet that I saw like yesterday that was just like the most powerful tool that the most powerful tool that a visual novel has is a the most powerful tool that a visual novel has is a well-placed ellipses. I think he just deliberately got low scores for some reason. Okay. It's true that any other cop who saw me standing over their dead partner would have just unloaded. Instead, he ran up and hit me. If he's not actually that bad of a shot, why am I still alive? That's the story Rogers has been telling so far, that he instinctually didn't bother to fire. His gun wasn't discharged and Sosuke's got the bruises, so we accepted that line of reasoning. But if I assume he's more dangerous than he's led us to believe, why wouldn't he have just shot Sosuke when he had the chance? He could have told his fellow officers whatever story he liked afterwards, and we wouldn't even be having this trial. I feared for my life. That's all he'd need to say. Under what circumstances would it have been impossible for him to claim that? Your Honor, I'm reminded just now that my client and the witness were in a physical altercation. I apprehended a murder suspect, yes. Surely you aren't suggesting I used unreasonable force? If anything, you used unreasonably little. Not at all, but I imagine things happened fairly fast. Isn't it possible that a knife on Sosuke's person may have been knocked away into a corner during that moment? What are you... I may have. It may have. Jeez, I can't read. I can't say that I would have necessarily noticed something clattering onto the floor while I was trying to cuff a violent perp. Perhaps, Your Honor, the witness ought to testify about everything he recalls from the moment he confronted my client. Jogging his memory might be the only way we can address the gaps in our knowledge. No objections. Then let's hear it! Good versus evil, man versus machine, cop versus robber. I'm not a machine, or a robber.
Don't worry, Sosuke. If need be, Ada and I would go through a whole trial just to prove you're a machine.
What kind of joke is that? This is dumb. Okay, I am feeling the beginnings of my throat getting dry, and I just ran out of water, so I am gonna go get more water, but I will be back, and you guys can look at the little Morgan that's on my screen in the meantime. Woohoo! Wow. Alrighty, we're back. Wait. How are we doing? Yoru, fire escape, bad records. When that blue blood fled down the fire escape into the alley, I poked my head out of the second floor window. But then I heard a sickening thump from above, on the third floor where I knew my partner was. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs. No the fuck you didn't, where I saw the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I was shocked, but he was clearly injured and the sword was stuck, so before I knew it, I was running at him. He turned to me with dull shock just as I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead. Oh wait, yeah, I remember now. He did pistol whip him. He collapsed after that and the room was a mess. My blood was pumping. If he had dropped a knife at that time, I wouldn't have noticed it. Ah. Hold on. I was like, a couple days ago, my model was not working, so I have to manually chibi-fy myself and turn myself upside down. Hold on. You are become upside down chibi. Give me a second to do that. Maybe that'll also give me a second. An ad break just started. Manually do that. Hold on. Oh no, it should have worked. Odd. Okay, where did my little guy go? Come back. Turn upside down, idiot. Ugh. There we go. I will be an upside down GB for the remaining 10-ish minutes. All right. So, despite changing in posture, he's still telling the same story. Ah. Yeah, he hasn't changed his tune. But he is giving more detail than ever before. And one of those details is about to bite him in the ass. I have a pretty strong... Oh, shit. I have a pretty strong suspicion what it is. I think it's the... I like how the chibi is so bouncy. It's because I rigged her wrong. I'm pretty sure he was not pistol whipped in the forehead. He was pistol whipped in the back of the head. Pretty sure. Medical records. Okay. Injuries, blood from various sources across the front of the body, numerous bones broken in the left hand, we know. Slight laceration found on the left hand from him trying to cut the bindings off. Morgan hours, thank you for the first time chat, perplexing kelp. Bruising and rope burns on both wrists as if bound. Numerous bruises on the anterior front side of the body. Others bled across the tops of feet and pant legs. Largest wound found on the crown of the skull, back of the head near the top. Yeah, that's the pistol whip injury, and it's in the wrong fucking place, buddy. At time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noted, including bruise to left eye, busted lip, broken nose, box left ear, blunt trauma to anterior right side of head. So this is the injury that he's listing as the one that he did, but that the timing doesn't work. Got kind of a hanged man motif with this combo. Love the implication that the chibi is, you know, part of the kind of harrowing symbolism of the hanged man tarot card. Oh, we haven't saved it in a hot second, but I'm gonna go with that. Did I read that? Despite his... Oh yeah, no, it's the same. I read that. Bonk. Hee. Sounds very brave, Officer Rogers, but that's physically impossible. How could you have knocked my client out with one strike to the forehead, when it was the back of his head that was injured? What are you talking about? Yesterday he had bruises across his entire body. An exaggeration that doesn't hold up to the scrutiny of his actual medical record. Largest wound found on the crown of his head. The crown, as in the top of the back of his head.
The butt of a pistol leaves a surprisingly specific impression on the human body, Officer Rogers. I assume Dr. Sato is still in the building? Perhaps we could call her back and have her examine my client on the stand? Sosuke, you'll have to remove your shirt. To get my head checked? Yes, it's very important, Sosuke.
That would be a waste of time, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan has taken advantage of some rather vague wording in the medical record to make her argument. Largest wound. But the fact is the defendant was covered in various bruises all over his body when he was taken into custody, including on the front of his skull.
She's not wrong. I still remember every ache.
It's entirely possible that when Officer Rogers struck the defendant on the forehead, the blow was glancing, but still hard enough to knock the defendant backwards. And had he fallen backwards hard, he very easily could have sustained a large wound to the crown of his head. At the moment he hit the ground.
Respectfully, Your Honor, that's
Ultimately not something either the people nor the defense are experts on. But even if we were, neither of us could examine wounds that are no longer visible. Sosuke's injuries. They've mostly healed as of this morning.
Hope that injection helped you sleep really well last night, Sosuke.
Your Honor, as I see it, either we could extend this trial indefinitely, with both the people and the defense flying in X-ray specialists and contusion analysts to argue back and forth about fracture lines, or we could accept that events more or less took place as the witness described. He hit the defendant on the head, and then the defendant fell backwards onto the floor.
If the head wound's open to interpretation, then he couldn't have fallen backward onto the floor because the blood is only on the front of his pants, right? And there was blood all over the floor. Across the tops of his feet and pant legs, yeah. If he had fallen backwards, there would have been more. Surely. The medical data doesn't support Rogers' story, or the medical data could support Rogers' story. No, the other thing is, like, right, I'm not insane. Hold on. Where the fuck did it go? Medical records. This is the only one that occurred before the time of booking. I think so. Well, I don't know. I think so. I'm gonna go with that. Forget expert witnesses. Let's all just look at the medical data with our own two peepers.
Peepers.
I fucking love Morgan. Officer Rogers claims that Sosuke was hit on the forehead and fell backwards, but what would he have fallen onto? Blood. Blood. In that room? Probably blood and guts. Yuck.
You're exactly right.
All kinds of firsts happening in the courtroom today.
He would have gotten blood all across his back.
But that's not how he looked when he was arrested. The medical report clearly states that he had blood on the front of his body. She's got the sillies! Telling us that Sosuke could have only fallen forward. And what of it? Maybe he did. Maybe he turned his head weirdly while trying to dodge. Things happen fast. Don't try to bullshit a bullshitter. Fast enough that you may have, in fact, actually struck my client from behind? Yeah, maybe. Took him by surprise when he was no threat to you? What? No. Easy target to knock out at that point. Makes sense why you wouldn't use lethal force in that scenario. No, he was... The guy's got nearly a full head on me.
True.
I don't deny it.
Which makes it highly unlikely the witness could have simply hit him on the crown.
Professional liar versus occasional fibber.
If things happened as you say and he had the element of surprise, he would have simply aimed for the easiest target possible, the one easiest to reach, the center or bottom of the skull.
Not quite. Excuse me? Sosuke, why did you have a whole head on that guy, yo?
Is the next point that we're arguing that he pistol whipped him the moment he bent down to grab the sword. I saw a clip of a legal drama use that argument once, where it was a bit of the lawyer. I don't know what it was. It might have been Matlock, like the new one with Kathy Bates, not the original one. I don't entirely remember what show it was, but the argument was that if the person had their head tilted back, the perpetrator could have hit them on the top of the head. But yeah, I think I saw that clip where someone was too short to hit them. Yeah, exactly. It was like the lawyer was like the perfect height if she took her heels off. It was fun. I never said that my client was standing up when this happened.
You mean
He was asleep? There are other ways someone can stand, girl. No. Considering that he was struck on the crown of his head, it's obvious at the time Sosuke Ikariya was... Yo. My client must have been bent over. He was bent over when the witness came from behind and... Adonai. What? Why are you interrupting me now?
because I thought you would want to know. You were about to phrase things in a way that would sound very silly.
What are you talking about? Sarah's right, Morgan. You should let her take this one. What?
It was when Sosuke bent over to pick up Yoru.
This is so dumb.
That's when Officer Reyes struck Sosuke on his crown.
Ah, my phone alarm to tell me that I can stop being a chibi and upside down. Hold on, let me scoot off screen again. Doot. Eh. I don't know why my my hotkeys don't want to work right now. At first I was like, oh, it's because my I set my hotkeys to not be I set my hotkeys to not be triggered by the oh fuck, my overlay, Jesus Christ. Did I moved my girl too far off screen? Wait, help, come back. Girl, come back, girl, come back. Shit. Come on. I believe in you. I guess I'll just reload her in. Holy shit. Move over to the side. She's hiding. Girl, come back. I can't move her. Can I scoot her over like that? No, I can't. Okay, let me just reload her in. That's really, really funny. Do you ever lose your VTuber behind the couch? Happens to the best of us. Chibi too shy. No, I'm trying to stop being a chibi. That's the problem. Really, really funny. There we go. Hey, I'm back. Anyway, what was I talking about? Morgan funny. Maybe that was the entire bit. Oh, my hotkeys are like not working for whatever reason. PNG Tuber Remix has been breaking a lot of shit lately on my end, and I do not know why. Oh well. As I've said, the one thing I do remember besides walking out there was picking up my sword. Picking it up off the ground.
Having your android argue the weaker points for you now, counselor? Not exactly the bravest tactic.
Tactics are for freshening your breath. That's not true, Morgan. What Tactics are for freshening your breath. What can you claim is weak about the argument?
Positioning.
She's so lame. Oh, I love you, Evangeline Morgan.
If your client really had walked out of that holding room and was then immediately hit from behind, where could his assailant have possibly been standing?
Sosuke had to get out of his bindings first and then push open the door. And he wouldn't have been concerned with keeping quiet as he went. There would have been plenty of time for someone to hear him rummaging around in there and figure out where they could hide. In the corner of the room here.
That doesn't work.
Oh, something's in my eye. Hold on. If that was the case,
Your client would have fallen face first here. But instead, he was apprehended here in the center of the room.
Hey, makes sense to me. Looks like he dropped like a sack of potatoes by the door, sure. But then he was dragged to the center of the room. Would explain the streaks of blood we can see were... Would explain the streaks of blood we can see were cut... What? Oh, would explain the streaks of blood we can see were discovered on the floor.
So those weren't left by him gliding his feet in order to move silently. I was hoping to learn that technique.
For Sarah.
Your Honor. I fear the defense may not realize the weight of the implication that her statement carries. If, as she claims, Sosuke Ikariya was knocked unconscious by Officer Rogers the moment he walked out into the room, then my client never had any opportunity to stab Tariq Chopin in the back. And the only remaining individual who could possibly have killed him would be me. Yes. Any thoughts on that, officer?
There's one thought that's been frustrating me for some time, actually. One I expected the prosecutor to voice, but perhaps I misjudged her.
You what?
None of what you're saying makes any sense. You say I hid in the corner to surprise Sosuke? And that I then, what? Snuck up on Chopin? How could I do any of that if I was downstairs at the time Chopin was killed? Unless you were the one that went upstairs and he was the one who went downstairs. At the time Sosuke killed him.
You... It's not that the thought hadn't occurred to Emma, you idiot. It's that once I address this point, your entire testimony falls apart. And the truth of the case becomes crystal clear.
There's no misunderstanding on my part, and I suspect none on the part of the people either. The only reason I think that is that you said that. Because the truth is, when you and your partner arrived, you must have immediately KO'd Chopin, taken the lead, fallen behind. How dare you call my wife incompetent? Exactly. The only one who's allowed to call her stupid is me. When you and your partner arrived, you must have immediately, how do I want to phrase this? Once again, Morgan getting mad when someone talks down to Emma. Yeah, it's the thing, the rivalry that I was yapping about last week. It's the fact that if perchance something were to happen to Emma down the line, I really, really think that Morgan would be like so upset at anybody else who tries to take Emma's place. Ugh, okay. Oh my god. How do I want to go about this? Taking the lead, fallen behind, KO Chopin. Because the story as we have it now is that Chopin went first. He took the lead, right? He headed all the way upstairs, and then Rogers checked out the second floor, then heard a thud, and then went upstairs. But methinks it's backwards. So we want to say this one? You were the one who took point, not your partner. Okay, good. I was like, I knew what we were trying to imply here. I didn't know how I wanted to say it. Excuse me? Chopin shot open the lock. Sure, I believe that. He was the one all gung-ho about coming there anyway. But after entering, you went ahead of him while he covered you. What? You already told us you wanted to stall, wait for backup. If Chopin charged forward, you couldn't slow him down. But if you went first, you could go as slowly as you liked, and Chopin would be forced to match your pace. You were the one who cleared the room and shouted down that everyone was dead. I told you, I testified. So did your blue blood tail. Testified all about how you and your partner separated on the second floor. Objection, mischaracterization of testimony. The witness the defense is referring to did encounter two officers, but the witness never identified either of them. Yup, that works in our favor, Emma. The blue blood didn't need to. All they were waiting to hear was whether any blue bloods were alive.
So after Rogers shouted down to Chopin that everyone was dead, they bolted out the second floor window. And when Chopin shouted someone was in the alley, Officer Rogers opened the windows behind Creek's body to try and spot the runner. Then he ran down the fire escape to try and follow them, only to give up when he saw there was no ladder no ladder to get down with. It's entirely possible that Chopin yelled that someone was in the alley from the third floor. The scene of the crime is soundproof, remember? No one in that room would notice a commotion in the alley unless they'd already opened the windows to check it. So since Chopin yelled about it, he had to have been the officer who stayed on the second floor.
This blue blood rat of yours just misheard. Or they're lying. There's no proof for any of this.
Yes, there is, officer.
Ugh.
There's no proof Rogers went down the fire escape. Because he couldn't have dropped it, right? It's my knife. Because he couldn't have dropped it down there. He had to go down himself. I think. The knife. Yes, what about it? I mean, do you really need it spelled out for you? I'm not convinced you can spell your own name at this moment. God damn it. Now that was just uncalled for. It was mean. Only known entrance locked destroyed by Chopin and Rogers. That's not it. It's not the knife. Oh, the paper. The boot print matches it matches the uniform one, right? Is that it? Well, I guess we can't tell what the boot print is because, yeah, but because everybody's boot prints looks similar was the bit, but is a scrap of writing found on the second floor? Whoops. I guess it's the dumpster? I don't know what else it would be. What the hell are we talking about? Then he ran down the fire escape to try and follow them, only to give up when he saw that there was no ladder to get down with. So Rogers is on the third floor. He had to have gone down the fire escape because... Oh, I see. The axe is just for weapons. Sorry. The what? Someone in that room would notice. So the third floor is soundproof. They wouldn't notice the commotion in the alley unless they'd already opened the windows to check it. So since Chopin yelled about it.
After Rogers shouted down to Chopin that everyone was dead, Han bolted out the second floor window. And when Chopin shouted someone was in the alley, Officer Rogers opened the windows behind Creek's body to try and spot the runner. Then he ran down the fire escape to try and follow them. Only to give up when there was no ladder. I have no clue, man. I thought it was the knife because he had to take it down with him. Aha. We're gonna try the dumpster, and if not the dumpster, then it's gonna be the other one. The dumpster from the alleyway? No, that's not right. Yes, Rogers used it like a trampoline to jump down from the third and back up to the second floor. Very creative, counselor. You may have a promising secondary career in children's literature after you're disbarred. At least there's a silver lining. I guess it has to be the scrap of paper. That scrap of paper was found by the second floor windowsill. But it's not just any scrap of paper. It matches the Reading documents that were found where the pod died. Okay. And it appears to have a partial boot print on it, proving that someone stomped from the crime scene down the fire escape and into the second floor, I guess. That doesn't prove anything. Your own client could have left that boot print. My client was arrested barefoot, remember? You should. You did the arresting. Then maybe Chopin... If Chopin was the one who brought the scrap down from the third floor, that would put him behind you. Meaning you couldn't have walked in on him being attacked by Sosuke. Ugh. Counselor, even if we accept that Rogers was on the third floor and then moved down to the second, the sequence you're describing ends with both officers reuniting on the second floor, with neither of them dead. But obviously Chopin did proceed to the third floor because that's where he was killed. So now we're back where we started. Back where we started? You're forgetting one key detail in this new sequence of events. At the time the officers reunited on the second floor, my client was already unconscious. Meaning the only person who had the chance to kill Officer Chopin was, in fact... None of this shit matters. This lawyer is trying to accuse me of killing my partner? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would I do something like that? Depends. What? Depends where you live. Not uptown, I assume. What's it to you? Single bedroom? Yeah, whatever. Not great. Excuse me? And having to ride around all day with some insufferable, spoiled, rich stick in the mud? Knowing the whole time that you, your job, your whole goddamn police department, it was all just a bullet point on his resume. Morgan HGTV? Counsel is badgering the witness in lieu of making an actual argument. Apologies, Your Honor. I'll state the motive plainly. Prop 492 was corrupt. Blue Bloods and worse would profit off of it. At the city's expense. Just insulting people's homes, no suggestions. But it would also bring economic relief and badly needed repairs to the lower wards. It might also stop the canopy from, you know, just falling down and crushing everyone who lives there. But a climber like Chopin wouldn't care about any of that.
Every photo I've seen of this guy, he's had a big, stern frown. But I'll bet he was grinning ear to ear when he found that red ink. Must have made you sick to your stomach. So you killed him, and then you bled him like a pig to try and destroy the documents he'd have plastered all over town. You're crazy. That's not possible. Do the people have anything to add? Emma hates losing, but she's not stupid. She must be getting sick of having to cover for this. Ooh. Officer Rogers. You were the one who entered the 3rd floor first, weren't you? What is she doing? Yes. How long were you there before your partner alerted you to someone escaping through the alley? More than 2 minutes, less than 3. You had a chance to start looking the room over? Yes. And did you see anything as politically explosive as what the defense has described? No, nothing of the sort. Your Honor, the witness is blatantly lying. We know the documents were there, and we know Chopin found them because they were found under his corpse. And it is the defense's theory that he was killed because of those documents. Because he would have tried to make them public, essentially. Yes. That's the defense's proposed motive for this man to kill his partner. Yes? I see. But why would he be prepared to kill his partner for reading documents left out on a desk? When he had over 2 minutes to simply get rid of them beforehand. Morgan's face. Oh? A damn good question, Your Honor. Do we have an answer for it? I'm getting there. I'll get there. I'm close. His layers are falling off. This is a cold guy. Cold enough to walk into that room, knock out Sosuke, and start calmly looking around. So is he lying? Did he actually see those papers? No, Emma's right. If the papers were in plain view, he'd just have tucked them into his jacket. If the papers were in plain view. Were they? Ugh, I don't remember. Where the hell did I put them if not on the desk? I remember taking them out of Creek's safe and thinking they were nothing important, so I just put them back, right? Okay. That's probably how one page got left where it could stick to the bottom of Rogers's boot. But before I left, I reorganized things. Tried to make it seem like I was never there, so I stacked things neatly. Yoo-hoo! Counselor! Any cuckoos in or around the nest? Pardon me, Your Honor. I was simply overthinking, to be honest. Officer Rogers didn't dispose of the red ink when he had the chance because he didn't notice the red ink. It's that simple. A simple answer to a simple question that simply doesn't measure up. If Officer Rogers didn't notice the red ink docs in the 2 minutes he had with the scene, how did his partner discover them so quickly? Neither of them were looking for illicit government documents at the site of a gang shooting. Neither of them would want to start disturbing a crime scene when there were bodies and blood all around them. Correct. Rationally, neither officer would want to start making a mess at the scene. Something must have simply caught Officer Chopin's eye. Very bad luck on his part, as it turns out. You've got to be... What the hell are you talking about? What could it have been? Sounds like a tough question to answer, but there aren't as many possibilities to sift through as you'd think, Your Honor. Because it would have to be something that caught Officer Chopin's eye, yet not that of his partner. In other words, something at the scene that Officer Rogers wouldn't recognize. Your Honor, this is pointless. If the officers knew this was the site of orca violence from the silent alarm, and there was blood and corpses all over the damn place, oh my god, the multiple in one slot. And if the red ink docs were not in plain sight amidst all that carnage, what could possibly have drawn Officer Chopin's attention to them? If I need to retrace Chopin's steps specifically, was there anything in the evidence record that he left a trace on? The datapad, right? Yeah. What Chopin noticed, but not Rogers. I feel like the dark card. He left a trace on the data pad, but not on the dark card. That's interesting. Simple data pad with attachment for processing. Besides some partials, fingerprints were found matching those of Creek and Officer Chopin. Technicians have confirmed that the data pad is locked to Creek's fingerprints, making it difficult for anyone else to use it. Known only to rich and criminals. And Rogers isn't rich, right? Oh my god. When Rogers first entered the crime scene, he must have seen Creek's datapad resting on top of some papers. You think the red ink documents were beneath the datapad at the time? That might explain why Rogers didn't notice them, but that's only half an answer. Then how's this? It wasn't the datapad that drew Chopin's attention, Your Honor. It was the dark card that was stuck inside of it. The dark card. Seems like little more than a fancy credit card to you or I. But if you're rich enough, it's an unmistakable sign of powerful forces at play. Exactly the kind of thing that would put a gleam in the eyes of the politically ambitious Officer Chopin. Right up until the moment he saw the bombshell hidden underneath the datapad. Your Honor, this is speculation. Chopin's prints were discovered on the datapad, Your Honor. We know he must have picked it up. And that datapad was found by police on the desk, so we know he must have put it down. I'm merely proposing that he didn't put it back down in the exact same spot. Just because this dark card happened. Hey, seriously. What the hell have you two been talking about? What the shit is a dark card? Cryptographically anonymous wallet card that rich people use to buy illegal drugs and gifts for their mistresses. Not common knowledge unless you ran in circles as high up as the city council. Oh. Yeah, you're right. I didn't know that. Never heard of that. Assumed you were being literal. It is a dark card. Yeah, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. Chopin going around picking up whatever he wanted at a crime scene, even without radioing in first? Sounds about right. Bare hands, mouth breathing. Guy was big on following the rules, just wasn't that good at remembering any of them. Not me, though. I remember every rule. Follow them, too. Partner breaks a body cam, I request a new one. Let him use mine. Stop him from getting sued by the next punk he bumps into. It was a real risk for him. He had money. People could sue him if they could. No one would try to sue Huey Rogers. Only thing the judge could award them would be my own goddamn debts. I don't think I'm bad with money, just bad with debt. Can never seem to get rid of the stuff. But even I'm not so stupid that I wouldn't wear gloves at a goddamn crime scene. You mean... Obviously, counselor. From the minute we pulled up to that building until I was relieved from duty and sent home the next morning, I was wearing gloves. It is time. What does that mean? 3 stories in an alleyway, and I can swear on my parents' graves I didn't contaminate 1 millimeter of it. Didn't put my greasy fingerprints on the windows, the doors, the murder weapons. Okay, so that does answer his fingerprints aren't on the windows. You'd never know I was ever there. So you can say I did this or claim I did that, but the city's only ever gonna hear that some Icarian bastard killed a bunch of blue blood punks. And that Tariq Chopin died a hero trying to save the day. Right.
I don't know, Is that true? Is that possible? After all this, is it possible that... But the jury, surely they can see.
The jury will see what the adjutant decides they need in order to properly render their verdict. If the adjutant comes to the conclusion that a witness or a line of questioning would only serve to confuse the jury...
80, Your Honor, the jury.
Give me a second to think here, girl. I'm trying to build consensus and basically everyone's mad. So maybe the adjutant rules in our favor and maybe the jury sees things our way. But there are no guarantees.
After all that, it's just...
Comes down to a gamble. Always does. Yeah. But you still get a chance to sculpt your hand. And I could do a lot better than this pile of shit. Just have to take my licks first. Your Honor, I disagree. About what exactly? Let's go gambling! About all of it. About everything. Look, we know someone moved from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor via the fire escape because of that scrap of paper, which would have put them in the perfect position to walk up behind Chopin. And we know Chopin picked up the data pad because his fingerprints are on it. So we can reason Chopin was investigating the desk before he died. And of course, we know he died reading the Reading documents because duh. His body was found collapsed on top of them. Put that all together and nothing. You still have nothing. Nothing except circumstantial evidence of this witness to a theoretical sequence of events. Emma, did you get hit in the head too? What? We have Officer Rogers' fingerprints on the murder weapon. What? They'll never go all in unless they think your hand is crap. Put on a show. I just dropped my fucking mouth. Jesus. Hold on. Ugh. I dropped my mouse trying to do this. Oh my god. I forgot his fingerprints were on that. Thanks, Morgan. Hold on, I literally dropped my mouse doing that. Wait. Oh my god. His prints were on the pistol he used to bludgeon my client, of course. What? What are you... No, they aren't. As he said, he was wearing gloves. Also, that gun was never fired. What are you talking about? Hello? Now that you mention it, yeah. Shoot, did I get my notes mixed up? Morgan, you're crazy. Morgan. Oh my god. That's right, the bat. Did you think we wouldn't notice you left your fingerprints on it just because it was broken into splinters? The baseball bat used on Trey. Forensics failed to pull a single print from that. Is this your idea of a joke? Jeez, take it easy. I misspoke a little. Also, I don't have my reading glasses. What? The mag US that was used to kill Tangson Creek. Pretty stupid to forget to wipe your prints off a piece that gaudy, don't you think? Counselor, what is this? Are you throwing a tantrum? Making a mockery of the courtroom. The only prints on that gun belong to Sosuke Ikaria. Oh. Sorry, I guess I was thinking of another case. Is there perhaps a gas leak on the other side of the courtroom? Well, don't I feel stupid? What I've been trying to say is that Officer Rogers failed to notice that he left his fingerprints on the most important weapon of all. The very blade that took his partner's life. She got that joke from Reyes, I think. God. Enough of this embarrassment. What the hell's wrong with you? I knew a mob lawyer would be corrupt and vile, but how can you be such a stupid bimbo? Do you think we're all idiots? My fingerprints aren't on the goddamn knife and you know it. My mistake. I can see here that, yes, I was misreading the fine details, and it does appear that your fingerprints are not on that knife. Sorry. You... Oh dear. What? What? What is it? Close enough, welcome back to that Brooklyn Nine-Nine scene. Oh, I guess we're all just wondering. How long have you known it was this knife that was used to kill your partner? What? Confused? So are these two. Because, like you, neither of them were in the courtroom when Dr. Sato updated her autopsy report. So, I knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. And the people knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. But how did you know that? There must have been 50 cops in here when that doctor... Far fewer than 50, actually. More like 0. We had already emptied the courtroom by then. A courtesy we extended to a blue blood witness. You... For some blue blood rat, you crazy harpy, trying to trick me at the last second. You think I walked in here unprepared? No, of course not. She, right there, Rockford, the prosecutor. Before I took the stand, she told me all about the knife. Ah, so that's your plan. Right, Rockford? Before I came out here, didn't you? It's always great to reveal a full house and rake in the pot. It's even better to reveal a handful of shit you bluffed your way to victory with. Say something already! Just say it! But every now and then, a different kind of victory comes along. She never said knife! Imagine getting got by an updated autopsy report. It's really good. I will never not love a she never said knife. I think it's fun every time. I'm gonna, after this stream, I'm gonna go rewatch the Brooklyn Nine-Nine dentist bit. I love watching people just like unravel their own stories. It's fun. It's a good bit. Morgan, oh my god. For once it was our updated autopsy report. And I'm so happy. Or you just get to sit back and watch someone else self-destruct? Because they completely misread the dealer. Say it! Say that you... Shut up! Oh my god. What? Just shut up! Is that so hard? Are my instructions unclear? Do you need me to salute you first? Stop talking! You are completely, utterly, 100% guilty. Why the hell would I perjure myself to help you? But, hey, start counting. Because from this second on, every word that comes out of your mouth adds directly to the number of years you're going to rot in jail. Unless those words are your confession. He's the Hound of Icaria. He murders for the mob. We could put him away. They don't want to put him away. Not for your crime. Not for murdering the son of 2 city councilmen. Have you lost your goddamn mind? But he's a murderer. Well, not all murderers are created equally. Well, not all murderers are hunted equally. Neobility assassinating each other? Let it ride, keeps them divided. Orcas fighting in the lower wards? Let them sort it out, keeps their numbers down. A monster shoots 6 women in the heart and leaves no evidence behind. Call us back when he kills someone important. Strange. Once she's properly infuriated, there's usually no stopping her. Well, if she's not going to twist the knife herself, I shouldn't let it go to waste. Your Honor, if the witness is having trouble choosing a place to start for his confession, perhaps I might help by laying out the details for him. Oh, I know that pissed Morgan off. Oh, I'm obsessed with that outburst from Emma. You sadistic bitch.
He was counting on Emma to step in. Now he's sliding down the rocky face of despair. Fingernails split and bloody as he attempts in vain to slow the descent. Not very dignified, so I won't leave him hanging. I'll be happy to speed him along. In summary, a week ago you acquired a blue blood distress signal when you arrested Tanks, but your partner insisted on letting him go and keeping the code to yourselves. So the night of the murder, when the alarm went out, he jumped at the chance to be the first unit on the scene at what could be a gang shootout. Oh my god, the chip stacking. You did all you could to stall, but your partner pressed on and even shot open the door in his hurry to get into that locked building. The cut-in? You made up an excuse to keep him on the second floor and proceeded to the third on your own, relieved that everyone was already dead. And puzzled by the delirious Sosuke, who you knocked out with one blow to the back of the head. But by calling down to your partner to convince him you were already too late, you alerted an orca hiding downstairs. And when they fled out the window and down into the alley, you opened the windows at the crime scene to give chase. While you were scanning the alley from the second floor fire escape, your partner proceeded upstairs, where he was just as stunned as you were, but intrigued by the presence of a dark card you'd never recognize. He knew that it pointed towards the involvement of powerful parties. It was simply bad luck that he found the red ink before you. But he must have felt like he won the lottery. He was the one man in the city who'd benefit the most from exposing the corruption it hinted at. He must have been salivating at the opportunity right in front of you. Standing in the blood without a second thought. You had taken the knife from Sosuke. Hadn't even thought about it up until that point. You knew once the rest of the force arrived, there'd be no stopping the red ink from going on the record. You had one chance to blot it out for good. God, the cut-ins. That's all. That's all a lie. Just smoke and mirrors. Tricks and guesswork. The Hound of Ikaria is standing right there next to you. The Blue Bloods themselves even tried to kill him, right in front of all of us. No, they didn't. Excuse me? I have it on very good authority. The Blue Bloods wouldn't want my client assassinated. Get cornered, get cornered, get cornered! Oh, I'm sure. So considering where the shooter was and the direction he was aiming, the only person he could have been aiming at would be, well, you. What the hell are you talking about? Seems like the old guard wanted to make sure there'd be a swift punishment for letting Prop 492 blow up. So you can keep protesting your innocence if you want. It might work out. And you might be able to avoid the next blue blood to come after you, and the next after that. You might survive long enough to end up the only casualty in a tragically unavoidable case of friendly fire. Your blues coming after you from above and below. Who gets there first is a coin toss, so tell me. You feeling lucky? Well? You. Any questions? You and this DA, you're... Officer. You're both... You're all... out of your damn minds! Hell yes. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. I love this game. Do you work for the Blue Bloods? Never thought of it that way. Even back when I was a kid, I thought they were just another institution. Like a neighborhood watch. People looking out for each other. Everyone's parents off working or enlisted or in jail for civil disobedience. Whole neighborhoods that cops, medics, goddamn firemen wouldn't set foot in. Didn't see it as transactional. Thought I was just lending a hand. My blood ain't worth shit. I wasn't useful enough to be a young blood, not good looking enough to be a host. But I kept going to school. They helped me pay for it. And because it was, in fact, transactional, they expected to get something in return. Police Academy. Their man on the inside. Huh.
Wasn't as exciting as it sounds. I made sure it wasn't. Test scores sucked. Aptitudes sucked. Clumsy and boring. I made sure no one would want to give me anything important to do.
That's why he scored so low.
Valuable enough that the blue bloods wouldn't out me. Not valuable enough that the cops would give me anything worth passing on. The world's worst double agent. So bad at his job he'd never be expected to double-cross anyone. Imagine the look on my face when my reputation for nothingness gets me paired up with the worst babysitting job on the force. Tariq Chopin. We were perfectly matched in a way. I didn't want to be near nothing, and nobody wanted to let him near anything. Nothing dangerous enough to get him hurt, nothing real enough that he'd go blabbing to his dad's. We went around to schools. Those are the jobs we'd get.
Building security?
Morning assemblies, telling the kids what cops do, here's how to call for help. We were a goddamn joke.
There are worse things to be.
You think I don't know that? You think I gave a shit that kids were laughing at us in the back of class? That teens were throwing soda cans at our car? Good for them. At least they were having fun. Tariq was never having fun. He was just burning inside. Humiliation and bile. A stomach full of it. If he hadn't found the code on tanks that day, I don't know. Guy would have either put in his 2 weeks notice or just drawn his gun and walked into the nearest Orca mansion.
So when you two arrived at the building...
Happened like the defense attorney said. I told Chopin some bullshit about smelling contraband on the second floor. He started poking around. And I went straight to the third floor because that's where the bosses would hang out back when I was a kid. Where they'd give us spare change to buy their groceries and pick up their laundry. Never met this creek or his pod in my life until we stopped Anchor 10. Different gens. And I'd never seen anything like the bloodbath in that room. I understand now why he's popular. I understand. I had a feeling there was gonna be something that was gonna I was like, he has to have some kind of weird, bizarre charm point for sure. Because I was like, he's a charming enough character type on his own, but like I've seen some fan art of him here and there. And I was talking to my friend Maddie, who cosplays Emma with me. They're not on episode 2 yet, but they were talking to me about like, I accidentally mentioned Rogers at one point and they were like, oh, is that the guy with like the pinkish hair? And I was like, no, but he's popular enough that you've seen fan art of him. Interesting. I was gonna say my suspects list was narrowed down to him and Han. I thought Mide was a little too far removed. And I'd never seen anything like that, the bloodbath in that room. All 4 of the pod were dead when I got there. Believe me, don't believe me. I ain't no hound of Icaria, and I don't even think he could have done that either. Considering how he stumbled out of that water closet like a bloody water balloon. I did whack him on the back of the head, but my hand to God, I'm not convinced it did anything. Face down in the blood, out like that, couldn't have woke him up with a nuke. When the hound dropped, I searched him, followed protocol. Found that knife in his hand. I called down, said everyone was dead. That blue blood bolted. Tariq called after them. And yeah, I opened the window and I tried to follow. I guess Tariq didn't know the ladder was out. Figured I would chase him down, because by the time I stepped back inside, he was upstairs. And I walked up those steps expecting him to be puking, crying, shaking, I don't know. Instead, he starts yelling down, happy, ecstatic. He can't believe this. Scoop of the century. And I realize I know what he's talking about. Your blue blood superiors let you know what about Prop 492? Lots of people knew the deal with Prop 492, even non-blooded civvies. Nothing wrong with any of that, so long as it stayed a rumor. So long as the state didn't know we knew where the pillars were going to be built. It was a nice thing, believe it or not. People in the lower wards whispering about big money coming in. A little excitement to look forward to. Tariq was excited too. All he could see was forward. Barely reading the words in front of his eyes. Not giving a shit about anything behind him. Not caring about what he was trampling over. I didn't plan on doing anything if that matters. If you care. I was moving slow, but I wasn't trying to hide. After taking it off the hound, I still had that knife. That goddamn knife in my hand. You all seem like educated people, so I take it none of you believe in evil? We believe in evil down in the lower wards. It's like a fog. Hangs around certain people, places. And it poured off that knife like a water fountain.
The devil made you do it? Haven't heard that one in a while.
If it wasn't for that dark card being there... You know, Tariq told me once, said he wanted to become mayor. I just did this stupid fake laugh and told him he had my vote. I don't know why I did that. I shouldn't have done that.
Laughed at him?
Shouldn't have lied to him. Oh. God, wow. I love that it boils down to Rogers saw Creek's pod as human. And Tariq didn't even think about it. God.
And so, Your Honor, the people will be dismissing the charge of homicide in the first degree with prejudice.
It's everything goes back to the fucking Sarah saying that even killers are people, but also Morgan also doesn't really care about those people. Also, the other thing with Rogers is he mentions that he's never met Creek or his pod because it was a different gen. They're younger than him. To him, those are like new kids. Oh my god. They're new kids, and the violence was so horrific that he doesn't even think Sosuke could have done it. He's like, this is worse than any mob violence I have ever seen in my life. To kids younger than me. Oh my god.
What does that mean?
They can't charge you with Officer Chopin's murder again at a later date just because they found more evidence.
And the 4 other charges of second-degree homicide? I miss Creek. Yeah, they were cool. I feel bad, especially like because Adelaide was talking about how like she was the type to like give kids food and like help out the community. And Rogers also talks about how like, yeah, I never really thought of the mob as like a violent thing. They always helped us out. I went up to the 3rd floor because that's where we would get spare change for helping them.
We will be dismissing the 4 charges of second-degree homicide without prejudice.
So she's not quite convinced I couldn't have killed Creek's pod.
Miller's blood having already been on the knife you used to get free in the first place was pretty huge. Combined with Rogers admitting that you basically stumbled out a walking corpse. But the way the state sees it, their murders aren't any more solved than they were at the beginning of this trial. I was wondering how that was gonna go. It's to be expected. Then the jury will be dismissed, this court will be adjourned, and you, Mr. Ikaria, are free to go. Everything that's happened to you the last few days, how is that leaving you so shocked?
I'm not shocked, I'm just grateful, counselor. You have my...
Your Honor, is there perhaps something else you wanted to say? Well, if you insist. I guess for some reason, even though the jury's been dismissed and it's actually their job to do this part and the charges were dropped, I have this strong, overwhelming urge to say, not guilty. Yay! No, that needs to be much bigger. Maybe, I cast ye innocent. No, that sounds dumb. I love 80. Never change, girl. Okay, yay! Hot Milky. Not me saying Hot Milky the moment that message sends. Ace Attorney instincts. He's so pretty. God damn. So, how do you plan on celebrating?
I don't know.
We won, in case you two somehow missed it. And won so definitively that the police and even the Blue Bloods can't hold a grudge.
Right. My apologies. I'm grateful to you, of course. It's just that I still haven't gotten an answer to the question that's been haunting me. Even more so than whether or not I killed Chopin. Someone slaughtered Creek's entire pod. Then they had my life in the palm of their hand and...
Hey, don't worry about that. And framed you, Sosuke. I don't think they were doing you any favors.
And yet they did. They let me live. It feels strange, owing everything to someone so unknowable.
Hey, don't worry about that. Well, you'll have plenty of time to think on it, spending the rest of your life hiding your head in the sand, ignoring the vast riches that sit untapped in a savings account across the sea. Dude, it's literally chill. I bet they don't even want your life in their hand. It's fine.
I don't know. He's made his stance quite clear.
I don't intend to hide, Morgan. The Blue Bloods can try whatever they like.
Like, they probably don't like touching stuff with their bare hands, probably. Yeah, I feel like my guess is they would hate that sort of thing. They would probably want to cover their hands pretty often.
And they can find me standing right where I've always stood. Protecting my family.
Seems there's somebody who'd like to speak with you about just that.
Sosuke!
Mako... young master. Please forgive me, young master.
Why is there danger music happening? Why is there danger noise happening?
I failed you. Repeatedly. I'll accept any punishment.
Very well. 108 years of manual labor. Oh.
Yeah, that's about as merciful as I expected. He's getting yelled at. At least he picked a good number.
100 and... Of course, young master.
You'll need to spend that sentence serving as my head of security, so that I know you're actually doing it. And that means you won't be able to do other jobs anymore. Even ones that the elders ask you to do. Even delivering messages. It's a punishment handed down by the heir to the noble house Igariya, Sosuke. Who could possibly overrule it? Oh.
As you say. I'll start right away if you don't mind.
That is probably wise. Grandfather is outside in the motorcade, and he's had nothing but criticisms for the current formation.
The chairman is here? He came here?
Probably just happened to be on his way to the airport.
He is Counselor Morgan, surprisingly astute of you. Though he is leaving quite early if he just wants to get to the airport. None of our private planes are even fueled. It seems to be a universal truth that old people like to get to the airport early. That sounds very wise. Is there a up-house pair illegal? Who are you quoting?
Then, if you'll excuse me for a moment, Counselor.
Yeah, feel free to... Hi, girl. Take Sarah with you. Pardon? If you don't let her look at your tattoo now, I'll never hear the end of it. Yes, well, that's... Right then, I'll, find a corner in which to lift up my shirt. Congratulations, counselor. You've succeeded on all fronts. Thanks. Not satisfied? Makoto seems to be in a good mood if you ask him for a bonus now. Shouldn't I just negotiate with my employer directly? You're the one who hired me, aren't you? At the very least, you're the one who put my name forward to Makoto. It's easy to see looking back. You're the only one who's acted in Sosuke's interest this entire time. Who isn't a child. And? What of it? Why me? Why does it matter? Because I value my privacy. I want to know why a woman with your resources would put an ant like me under her magnifying glass. Such cruel metaphors you employ. Someone who values their privacy that much should, in the future, avoid directly confronting the board of multinational corporations. Noble's board of directors? You were... Not among them myself, but when one woman shifts the opinion of a room that's stagnant even by a millimeter, word gets around. My, you really are a shy little girl. No putting the genie back in the bottle, but I won't recommend you to anyone else if it bothers you that much. Thanks. Though you can be pretty shy yourself, letting Makoto take all the credit. Why the subterfuge? I've already overextended myself in this matter. A woman from my side of the house intruding upon the IFG's business. I don't mind that I'll have to rip out my... I can't read. I don't mind that I'll have to rip out fingernails in front of my... I can't read. I don't mind that I'll have to rip out fingernails in front of the elders as recompense, but I thought I might spare myself the additional pinky or so. You're being literal, aren't you? Disobedience always has a cost. Especially in old families. Especially for daughters. But not flinching as you pay the toll carries its own kind of power, don't you think? I am obsessed with B-Day. Maybe I'm just trying to dress up my cowardice as dignity. Disobedience used to come naturally to me. It gets harder the older you get. Harder to believe your independence wasn't just immaturity. That's why I'm glad Makoto's such a good boy. I don't want him to feel any guilt later in life. Yes, Makoto certainly takes his responsibilities seriously. Can't imagine where he gets it from. I was such a hellraiser. He must get it from his father. I suppose so. It's an interesting mark below Sosuke's eye. Looks like a mole, but it seems to be hereditary. Does Makoto know Sosuke's his father? Fucker. Does Sosuke? I would be very disappointed in Sosuke's intelligence if he didn't. That's why Sosuke left the family to join the military, wasn't it? Why he asked to become the Hound when he came back? Self-imposed exile for interfering in your arranged marriage? Interfering. We were younger then, but we still knew what we were doing. We knew there was no stopping the marriage. If we didn't cover up the pregnancy, others would. Or just eliminate the problem themselves. Sosuke left before the bridal shower. A sudden enlistment, certainly, but... I don't blame him for not wanting to be there on guard duty as I married another man. If Makoto is Sosuke's son, though, that means he carries his blood. If he stands to inherit from both his father and mother, his worth
I understand this is going to be hard for you to believe coming from a woman like me. But Makoto's already worth enough. He has his health. He has his mother. And his father will always be close by. Every moment we've shared as a family is worth its weight in gold. And as you've now seen when given the opportunity to choose between Makoto and the blue blood fortune, Sosuke chose the former.
You, all of you, you could have had it all. Why don't you want it all?
We already have it. I see. You don't understand, do you? I hope you do someday. Let's get back to something I fully understand then. Bargaining. One blood test from Makoto could split your precious house right down the middle. Your husband will be infuriating. I can't read. Your husband will be infuriated, assuming he has a pulse, and whatever connections you married him for will burn up in seconds.
She's gonna lose sleep over this, oh, for sure. Oh my god, she's gonna lose her mind. And then be like, why can't I not sleep? I don't get it. Like, everything's normal and fine and cool. So, unless you guarantee me that I'm free to turn down any job...
Don't make unnecessary threats, counselor. It makes you look weak. Take it from someone with experience. You're always free to leave the house. But if you find yourself slinking back, don't be too hard on yourself about it. It's just what the house does. Now, would you excuse me? Sosuke seems to have satisfied your companion's curiosity for the time being, and it's very rare for him to have any time to himself. You don't understand, do you? Counselor Morgan? Emma? What's that look for?
So that's 2 wins for me now, isn't it?
After Rogers went nuts and perjured himself all over the place, you're calling that shitstorm a win?
It definitely wasn't a loss.
You're ridiculous. Thanks, by the way, for letting things play out as long as they did.
I imagine you wanted to put the brakes on things a number of times back there. But now that it's all out, my client won't be getting knifed by cops or blue bloods. At least not for anything he didn't do.
You think I was happy to let the Hound of Ikaria walk out of my courtroom?
Your courtroom? I'll have to have a word with the adjutant.
Please don't. But yes, I had my doubts. The OC unit has been getting a number of odd reports in the last 24 hours, truth be told.
What do you mean?
Bursts of anonymous tips about figures in red being spotted around Creek's place before and after the killings.
Figures in red?
That's right. The Rust.
Ah, right. The Rust.
It's very funny other characters get annoyed at Morgan repeatedly for insisting upon treating adoptive family as not real family, and then right at the end we found this about Sosuke and Mide to be, yeah, blood family the whole time. I also think it's interesting considering the first time we found out about Sosuke's connection to Mide, the first thing that gets brought up is Morgan calls him Mide's brother because they grew up together. And that's clearly not how they see each other. Like, Morgan was totally off base for that. Which is interesting. Whoever it was that said that she rates adoptive family actually higher and found family higher might have been onto something. I don't like the timing, but it's not as if OC can ignore the idea altogether.
Yeah, Mide just does not answer that, but I think she looks annoyed right after. Yeah, she gave her like a look. Morgan putting blood relation on a pedestal to actively throw tomatoes at it. Yeah, to get a better vantage point, of course. Heartbreaking. The most annoying person you know was completely right this time. Yeah.
Someone killed those four and it wasn't Sasuke or Rogers.
If you don't like the rust for it, where's your head at?
Whoever killed Creek's pod did it with such unhinged brutality. And yet it was executed with precision so cold-blooded that they managed to virtually erase their presence from the scene afterwards.
Yeah.
Tanks and Creek were both shot from fairly close range and near enough to their solar plexuses.
I suppose.
Bashing Trey's skull in was overkill, yes, but it was the safest way to erase anything his mods may have recorded. And even if it was an afterthought, that overcorrection is in line with perfectionism interrupted by... forget it. I'm seeing things that aren't there. First sign of obsession.
Obsession?
I'm jealous. You seem like you never let anything get to you. It's unpleasant, you know, feeling like you're possessed by something. Or someone.
Well, if it was easy to wrest control back, it wouldn't be an obsession.
Just puppy love.
I'm gonna throw up, dude.
Oh, that's me. Gotta take this call. See you around, Morgan.
Yeah, see you around.
Just don't go telling anyone that was a win or I'll have you arrested for spreading misinformation.
Well, we can't have that. Oh my god. This game is so meaty. Yeah. Christ, they're flirting. Oh my god, I'm a little obsessed with the fact that I keep talking about like the Hannibal of it all, of their dynamic. But I really like that there is like a tiny piece of Emma that we just saw that is a little bit like the kind of person to write fan letters to a serial killer in jail. I'm a little obsessed. I'm like, oh my god, Emma, wait, if you do manage to arrest me and send me away to prison for life, would you like actually write fan mail? That's crazy. To the Heartbreak Killer? Oh my god. You can like feel the weight of the subtext. It's delicious. She called it puppy love. I don't know if we can call it subtext anymore, man. Oh my god. This is like this is like almost the the miraculous ladybug love square dynamic. She would play male chess with them. Yeah, this is the miraculous ladybug dynamic. It's Morgan is into the DA, but the DA is into the Heartbreak Killer. Oh, I meant subtext in response to the game being meaty, like throughout the game. Yeah. Definitely. God. That's crazy. I hope Emma is absolutely delighted when she finds out it's us. I hope that makes her happy. Wow. Anyway, I have COVID. Okay, Morgan, I've fulfilled my obligation to Sarah now, so now you can buy me a goddamn drink. Pardon? You can start your 108-year sentence tomorrow. So much to bite into and chew on, yeah. I've got some paperwork we need to go through before then, and I don't want to do it sober. I love this sprite. He is so cute. Oh, you're serious? Man, I hadn't thought of that. How is she gonna react? Oh, I think about it constantly, dude. Of course I am. I think about it constantly. Like I'm convinced there's like not that, I don't know how this is going to end. Like either she catches me or she starts killing or something. I'm like, is Emma the, it's Hannibal again. I'm just reheating Hannibal's nachos. I'm like, is Emma crazy enough that she would like manipulate a crime scene or mutilate a body or like kill somebody to get the attention of the Heartbreak Killer or like use herself as bait or like like she has to be that crazy. Oh, she's starting to get obsessed with the Heartbreak Killer. I also love that it's the like, oh no, I'm seeing things that aren't there. It's puppy love. It's just the first signs of obsession. It's like this, it's like the energy of like getting a crush on somebody and being like, wait, are they paying attention to me or did I make that up? Are they paying attention? Did I? Yeah? No? Like, does Emma think about the fact that all of the victims look like her? Like, does she think about that sometimes? Like, does she not to go like so far off the deep end? I need to, after today, I am allowed to start writing fan fiction. But like, does she ever think about the fact that the Heartbreak Killer victims look like her? Does she ever go wandering in places that don't have a lot of surveillance and be like, oh no, it sure would be terrible if I got shot dead center in the heart right now. Like, does she ever do that? Is she that kind of insane? Are they acting casual, or do they truly admit they don't give a fuck? Yeah, exactly. Like that, but like for murder. Ugh. I have COVID. Of course I am. Everyone knows it's tradition for a client to buy their lawyer a drink after beating charges like this. And in this city, they take them to this one special bar, Kintsugi. I've never heard of that tradition. Or that bar. Yes, well, you've lived a very sheltered life under the roof of House Hikaria, but I forgive your ignorance. Time for you to put the fat wallet you've been accruing that whole time to good use. I barely read that sentence correctly. I suppose I do owe you a great deal. Very well, but first I must inform Lady Mirei and the young master. Go right ahead. Be my guest. House of Roof, my new novel, yes. All the text is at the top of the page. I was about to make the same joke.
What was that, Adonai? Did you want to get a look at Sosuke's tattoo as well?
I'll take a rain check. I want to see it.
Sosuke seems much more animated this afternoon, don't you think? Did you say something to him? Look at her smile. Smile. I'm making a little heart around her. It's not a very good heart, but... That's my daughter.
No. No, I didn't do anything. I also find it interesting that Mirei then has what? Is this, like, makeup or is this facial piercings right here? Family.
I see. Then perhaps his injuries were just taxing him more than we realized.
That must be it. I love that she still doesn't get it. Ugh. It had been threatening to rain all day. Gray sky spanning a slate blue world. It was cold and all the heaters were humming their rush to overcorrect for it. At 3 o'clock, raindrops started hitting the windowsills. Or she doesn't want to admit it. Yeah. Yeah. Girl. What the fuck does oh this mean? What does oh shit that's right mean? Hey?
Not a problem. She had her umbrella.
At 3:15, the adults started leaning back in their chairs. Watches and phones were being checked. They were preparing to leave. At 3:24, another topic is brought up. The gathering resigns themselves to a continuation. Don't worry. Okay. Yay. It's 3:45 by the time the girl is able to excuse herself. She has 15 minutes to get back to school. You're gonna be fine. Oh, okay. Go. Hardly impossible on foot if she hurried, but she could have asked to be driven there. For some reason, the thought never crossed her mind. She hesitates at the door. She'd left her umbrella behind back upstairs. It's not like her to be so absent-minded. But she had her umbrella. The smart thing to do would be to go back up and get it. It is 3:49. At 3:51, she is jogging, a non-committal yet still undignified rush. When she sees the time on her phone roll over to 3:52, she starts to run. She hates running. A small part of her considers sending a text. She'd never be the one to text first. She'd never been the one to text first. Come to think of it, she'd never been the one to text second. She only had one number in her phone's contacts after all. At 3:56, the school gates are in sight. Her eyes had been straining to see them. She wasn't looking down. Her knee stung in a shallow, sharp way. The palms of her hands were embedded with specks of gravel where she caught herself. Rain-diluted blood ran faintly down her leg as she dripped water onto the mundanely tiled floors of the hallway. At 3:59, she pauses to at least catch her breath before sliding the door open. If her heart hadn't been beating so loudly in her ears, she would have easily heard the voices behind it. Where do you even come up with this stuff? Hey, I can't promise it's going to be that exciting every week around here, but... Ew, what are you? I thought you had a family thing. Oh, Ev. I said ew. Damn, I'm so sorry. Evangeline. Ev, what are you? I thought you had a family thing. Oh shit, are you okay? What happened? You're soaked and... I thought... Who were all... We're the Mystery Club. Name pending, I hope. I was told the name could change. You were right, Ev. I just went around to people on campus and tried being friendly, being myself, and people started signing up. But forget that, your knee. It's fine. You must be freezing. Let me give you my coat. Screw it, I'll just carry you to the nurse myself. Stop. Ma'am, this girl just showed up and she's bleeding. What? Bleeding? Everyone stand back. Where is she? Who? What's her name? I don't know. I don't think I've seen her before. You, girl, come with me. I'm taking you to the infirmary. Ma'am, she's cold. That's very nice of you, but it's not sanitary to share uniforms. Stay here and wait for the floors to be cleaned. Ev, don't worry about it. I can walk on my own. We weren't cool, kid. She was talking the whole time. She was talking in every single one of those memories. It wasn't the other way around. God. Who the hell called you Ev? She doesn't go by her first name anymore. But apparently she used to. God. And with a little sprinkle of salt just along the edge. There you have it. Oh, that looks wonderful. Thank you. Yeah. Fuck. Also, if I haven't said it enough or at all, Diamante's also really hot. For what reason? Everybody in this game, goddamn. Of course. Let me know if you need anything else. I must admit, Morgan, this is quite a fine establishment. Oh, there's karaoke in the corner. Hey! Miss First Kid is gonna go titanium grade mega crazy when we learn the full story. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so nervous now, because remember how before I was just like, oh, I bet it's gonna be like somebody who's like too cool for Morgan, like betrayed her. I had the wrong idea the whole time. Oh. And so exclusive. The whole staff here on hand to attend just to the two of us. I can't imagine what the waiting list must be like. Right? Lucky for you, you've got a man working on the inside.
I can assure you a table at any time, Sosuke.
You or any of your housemates ever need a quiet spot to lay low from the judging eyes of high society? Now you know where to send them. I might do just that. And these prices, so reasonable. Shit, I knew I should have gone with the digital menus. Hey, Sosuke. That name they have for you, the Hound? Tried a little too hard to act above friendship only to see it prove it. It's only difficult for her. Oh. God, that's crazy. She was so nice to that person too. She was genuinely just like kind and encouraging. She was a little sarcastic about it, but like she was like, no, I'll be here for you if you want to make this mystery club up. Also, yeah, Diamant's insanely good. I look forward to seeing him again. Yeah, he's really fun. I like him. I always like an informant type character. I also am obsessed with the like kintsugi scars. Like those look crazy. Slash pause. Is that a title you were given or just part of the mantle you chose to take up? No, I was called that long before I started delivering messages. Long before I got my tattoo. Truth be told, I'm not sure where it came from or when people started using it. Childhood nickname, I suppose. Earned by following Mirai around like a puppy? I never, Who told you Mirai was the heir when we... It's a miracle you didn't break under torture, you know that? Hee hee! The Hound of Ikaria. So everyone called you a dog when you were a kid? Oh, Sosuke, this is the most dog motif conversation ever, dude. Somebody hit the dog motif emote for me. Jokingly. Lovingly. Jesus. Jesus. Oh my god, dude. Sosuke, I'm doing it my damn self. Jesus, Sosuke. Yeah, man? Miday's right. I don't know anything about... Whoa, Morgan. Oh, shit. One of the many things I've long since acknowledged that I'm missing. What could that word be? I wonder. I'm sure it didn't come up in a sentence 2 seconds ago. But obsession? Addiction? Those are easy enough to grasp. Right when Emma said obsession was starting for her? Okay. I've rolled the dice plenty of times by now. That's like, remember like last week? I'm pretty sure it was last week when I was like, hey, like, I'm pretty sure modern, like, literature on it and research on it implies that, like, any, like, personality disorders or, like, other things that imply a lack of empathy are not actually, like, a true 100% lack of empathy. Remember when I said that? Remember how it's factually untrue that this is something that Morgan is missing? It's undeveloped empathy, yeah. There are no demons haunting me, no other drivers in the car. Just me sitting in the dark with a hole in my chest. When it's hungry, I feed it. Remember when I was talking about David and how like relationships were not a thing he understands, and like romantic relationships were not really a thing that he seemed to understand, and so like and that was used as like a, not a way to dehumanize him, but like as a reason that he didn't feel human or seem human to others. Remember that? When it's hungry, I feed it. But it'll never be full. Because the hole was there first. Oh my god, is Morgan gonna make me cry this time? And it built a girl around itself so it would have a place to hide. How can you tell? That they called you that lovingly? I suppose you never know.
You just trust. And if you do trust, then that's your answer. And besides, what's insulting about being compared to a dog? Everyone loves dogs.
Yeah, man?
Probably even you.
For your information, I like dogs just fine, Sosuke.
But I could never live as one.
Yeah, you're too busy being a mouse to Emma's cat, right? Sorry, that was a little brutal. Anyway.
Everyone's already collared in this world. Tagged, labeled, classified, and put in a box. But even so, I refuse to sit at the end of someone's leash. Better to remain as a stray.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, you guys. I don't know, this game is pretty good. Jesus Christ, you guys. Jesus Christ, you guys. And this is directed at all of the devs, by the way. Jesus Christ, man. Oh my god. And circle when I fucking get you. This is some primo brainworms. Jesus fuck. Oh. Oh, shut up. Oh my god, look at him. Shut up, he's so cute. The little picture of Makoto waving. Is that your fucking lock screen? That's your lock screen? Your not wife and your kid? Oh my god. Morgan's face is killing me. Morgan's face with what seems to be nothing on her lock screen. Oh, so cute. Yofi, thank you for the Yoful. Thank you for the first time chat. Jesus, literally just grinning stupid style at how cute he is here. Yeah. God, Sosuke is such a made for me character. He's got the dog motif. He's got the samurai bullshit. He's got the Yakuza bullshit. He's got the like undying loyalty knight bullshit. I guess that comes with the samurai bullshit and the Yakuza bullshit. He's got the forbidden romance thing. Oh my god. Guys, we can call Sosuke a DILF now. We can call Sosuke a DILF. This is just like the end of the Great Ace Attorney where I'm like, I can't call insert character a DILF because nobody knows yet. Dude. They made this guy so for me, it's crazy. Oh, as another thing that I've been letting marinate for a bit. A lot of the blue bloods are Korean. So if he's blue blood, he's the blue blood little lord. I also get my funny Yakuza Kiwami 2, there are secret Koreans all around you. Oh my god, the only way they... Oh, he's also an assassin. That's another thing that I really love in characters. The only way that he could be more made for me in a lab is if his color palette was like red and black instead. Not the secret Koreans. I'm never gonna let RGG live down secret Koreans because I like... This is such a side tangent right now. Yakuza Kiwami 2 is my least favorite story in the Yakuza games, and it's not because it's offensive to me as a Korean person. It's just overall like the stupidest one to me. I say with so much love for many bits and pieces in it, but fucking secret Koreans are back. No, I'm totally kidding. And Circle is not doing anything nearly as stupid as RGG was doing there, but again, said with love for RGG's the things that I like in you want me to. The other thing being that, like, the point of this world building is that cultures are so mixed at this point that it's I can say whatever the fuck I want about about Sosuke's lineage. God, they made him show for me in a lab. It's crazy. Look at him. I'm not allowed to, like, spam that screenshot places, but he's so cute. Wow. Also, so kitties. God. Yeah, and Morgan with nothing on her lock screen. Interesting. God. Bonus charm earned. What did I get? Oh! The kid! I wasn't looking out for anything in particular. This kid is freaky as hell. Oh, you get cute Sarah charm. Oh, is it the bunny? The Russ give me and the others food and stuff for telling them where the blues go and who they talk to. Sorry, the kid? My shoes have been feeling too small, and the blue guys in that building had been really busy lately. I thought if I hung around here, I might see something the Russ would give me new shoes for. But I never saw anything worth anything. So you gave up? No? I got scared. What scared you? You won't believe me. No one believes me. Everyone says I'm a liar. Everyone says I'm a liar too. Are you? I can't remember. You see, somebody took something that belonged to me. I don't feel right without it. That unique typewriter sound for the lime green one. Interesting. The conses are quenching. But I think you could help me find it. What did you lose? My face. Oh shit. I saw the red hood. Except she was a lady, not a girl, and she didn't have her hood up. I didn't get a good look at her face, but she was all red. Red hair? What's this? Gold. Thanks. But are you sure? I wasn't any help. Getting some real hot air balloon flying into power lines energy. You've been a huge help. Now I know to look for red hair. I've tracked more elusive prey with less. Oh my god. And now we have a huntsman after us. Pretty sure anyway. Quoting scripture is the title of the next one. Ooh. Alright, how we do? We got all the articles, all the profiles, all the key terms, all the pieces of evidence. 253 credit. Congratulations! You finished episode 2 with 253 credit. Your high score for episode 2 is currently 253. You've unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on the score. Yeah, okay. I am going to play the bonus scenarios. I was worried we were going to go super late, but I will be playing them. You also have a total of 287 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit with which you finished this episode. Yay! Okay, the ad is going for like a couple minutes, so I'm gonna go through the concept gallery and my phone first, and then I'll do the bonus scenarios. Sorry, I know we've looked through this before, but I like this sketch of Reyes a lot. Oh, they look so goofy here. Oh, this is the older stuff, yeah. We got Sarah. I just want to look at her in her little dress. I also had it pointed out to me recently that she's in these like open-toed shoes the entire time. I was like sure she would be wearing like chunky sneakers. This is crazy, dude. Like you're stomping around crime scenes in open-toed shoes. I guess you don't really have to worry about stepping on something, but yeah, these are old. Oh, Barrows. Glasses chain thing. The episode 2 concept art start after David. Ah, that would make sense.
Ah, there we go. I don't know if we looked at masters before. Oh, we could have gotten, I don't know if this was pink masters or this was, no, yeah, this one's pink too. Oh, lower wards concepts. Hello, Diamante. He's very pretty. Oh, he has them on his hands too. I didn't notice. Creek, I miss you so bad, dude. Wait. Do you have a Korean tiger tattoo? Or is that a different tiger? It looks like one. I was gonna say, that looks like my good friend Derpy from Demon Hunters. Creek and Trey. I don't remember. I was gonna say, I don't think Creek had a Korean name. Trey did. Miller and Tanks. This is a really, really funny looking gun. And then you have a dragon tattoo. Fun. He's, I can pretty firmly say, I feel like he's kind of giving Jinx. Office and torture room. God. Makoto and Mide. They're so cute. Look at them. God. Yeah, Mide is definitely one that I would cosplay. It's just like... I would have to make all that. Oh, Makoto looks so cozy in this. Like, he looks so warm. I love that it's a little sweater vest, so he always looks like he's wearing a uniform. Whoa. The Sajima resident. No, I'm kidding. Ikariya Garden and Throne Room. I'm a little concerned that Daisuke Ikariya might come back. Jesus Lord. They made him so pretty. They made him so pretty. Oh, that's fun. The Itazumi's on his jacket too. Oh yeah. They just kept it covered the entire time. That's really clever. I was gonna say the gold mods are also very, very cool. Kintsugi. Hello, Han. I was gonna say, I like that the mods kind of look like jewelry. Specifically on Han. The fucking fidget tubby is really funny. Hello, Rogers and Chopin. Oh, he's purple. I didn't realize he was purple. They had a fun color scheme together. Damn. Too bad he had to kill you. Too bad that was completely unavoidable. Host Club. I hope we keep going back to the Host Club. I really liked Hana. Surprising nobody. There she is. Wait, then when they're younger. Oh, I'm obsessed. Oh, I'm obsessed. Yeah! Oh my god. Ev and Red Rider Hood. I love that it's like a Daft Punk situation. Oh my god, she's so little. She's so little. I know I could cosplay this one. It's the thing I mentioned if I really want to cosplay this outfit because it's so cute. The problem is her hair is so long that it would have to be a second wig. Like once I style my Morgan wig into the style that it is her normal hair, I would need a different wig for this. And high ponytail wigs are a little mean. They're not the most comfortable. Okay, let's do bonus scenarios. Woo! Survey household, workplace, recovered session. Next page. Okay. Survey household. Oh, if there was a recommended order for those, I apologize. I'm just gonna go for this. Ikariya. Begin playback.
Why rubbing alcohol specifically?
Nostalgia. Reminds me of days spent bandaging scratched knees and blistered knuckles.
You did that for Makoto?
No. Some other boy who was always overexerting himself. I like the smell of blood for the same reason. Jesus!
Oh.
And antiseptic and scalpels. That boy was always so hardy. He made for the perfect test subject. What is wrong with them?
Test subject?
I still think about finishing my medical degree sometimes. But I feel like my hobby would lose some of its therapeutic value if I did.
What hobby is that?
Poison making. What's with that reaction?
You made it sound very intimidating just now.
Bit about a girl taking apart her Barbies and Sosuke's looking like a Ken doll right now. I feel like their dynamic is, you know, the image that's just like, my hot witch girlfriend and me letting her do whatever the fuck she wants, but it's not a witch, it's just a woman with surgical tools. Oh my god.
Oh, I was trying to make it sound exciting. I dropped my earbud.
If I tell people I'm interested in herbal remedies, they all think I'm a dreadful bore. Or worse, that I'm going to try and sell them candles. She's just doing crazy shit to him and he accepted it. Oh my god. I mean, I'm glad they match each other's freak, I guess.
Well said. Very well said indeed. You have a much finer appreciation for these things than your so-called superior, you know.
We both laugh, but we both know it is poison.
I make countless immaculately thought out references to Hegel and Ozymandias. And that red woman stares at me as if I'm quoting comic books at her. Comic books can be good too. Comics are for children. Are you a child? What about graphic novels? What is a graphic novel? 1P, for example. Oh, 1P, who's your favorite?
Oh my god.
Why list King Arthur alongside those other historical figures? Arthur was based on multiple historical figures, I'll have you know.
But even if his exploits are not factual, I mean... Makoto's a cute kid when he's not being, you know, the little shit. He's just a little lad. He just wants to read his little mangas.
It still stands that he united a divided people and defended his homeland from barbarism. He also met fairies and wizards and fought dragons. I know. Impressive, wouldn't you say? Very much so. The Once and Future King was one of the first books I read all on my own. That's quite impressive. The vocabulary was, I'll admit, difficult at times. But I was reading a version with handwritten annotations, so I managed just fine. There was writing in the margins. Like a hand-me-down? Hand-me-downs are for peasants who can't afford anything better. Was it given to you by an older family member?
Oh, was it Sosuke?
Yes. But it was not handed down to me, you see. Oh. And I went on to annotate it further myself so that I might someday pass it on to some other reader.
That's actually really cute.
So tell me, does that sound like a hand-me-down to you?
That's really cute. Oh, hey, Daisuke. You got until I finish smoking this. Or I get bored.
Very well.
And I get bored fast.
Oh. Well, if our time is limited, perhaps we should focus on a topic of singular importance, such as athletics.
Oh, I guess it could have been Daisuke's book. And just like that, I knew he was gassed, lowered my frame, and flipped him out of the ring in one motion. An overwhelming, trampling victory. Best kind there is.
I can imagine.
Oh? You done any wrestling, any MMA yourself, little copper?
Not physically, no. It's difficult to find partners who are a good match for my build.
Sounds like an excuse. You sure you're not just scared? Oh, Daisuke, I wouldn't say that, dude.
Confrontations can be intimidating, but sports are not arguments. They are a pure expression of noble competitive spirit.
Huh.
That is to say, I would never back down from a challenge.
Oh, well said, well said. I know exactly what you mean. When you lock eyes, there's nothing else that needs to be said.
I agree.
So what'll it be? Arm wrestling? Sumo? Chess boxing? Please just do a slap fight, it'd be so funny.
Why not all three?
Good. Very good, you little... Sir. What is it? Can't you see I'm in the middle of... Well, what is it? The Vital needs to leave now if we're to be on time, sir. Here's a quote, then. For your little survey, Copper. Success can be a prison. But even in a cell, a man who's mastered himself remains a lord.
I'm not sure I understand that one.
What the hell? Makotan said that it made perfect sense. And then you engage.
I see.
So you need me to stand here and film you two because... Why?
Because Sosuke is teaching me how to do a 1-inch punch. And I recorded it from a distance in order to practice it. I need it recorded from a distance in order to practice it later.
Why?
Because she asked me very politely, Morgan. What more do you want?
No, why do you need to know this, Sarah?
Adonai, surely you can intuit the advantages of a 1-inch punch. Because there's no wind-up, you can execute it without telegraphing your move to your opponent. And deliver maximum force to a critical weak point even in the tightest of close quarters combat. Not to mention, if the opponent has triggered any loser flags, your damage will double for each of them.
What Sarah means is that an opponent who's overconfident is likely to leave themselves open at a vital moment, Morgan. And that's not incorrect.
Right. Well, I don't know anything about close quarters combat or loser flags, but I do understand basic physics.
Adonai?
And so I can state this much with complete and utter certainty. Hey. When performed by the same person. Hey. All else being equal. Stop. A 1-inch punch will never be more effective than just throwing a normal one.
That can't be true.
Why would you?
Am I wrong?
You didn't have to say it like that.
There was no need for you to say it like that. She's gonna cry. Morgan. How am I the bad guy here? Saying this every 5 minutes? They're so stupid.
The fact that you can even say that is...
Oh, it's not like any rules about human martial arts apply to androids in the first place, right?
That is true.
See? Perfect ukemi. I like that perfect ukemi is not just a Sarah-ism, it's something that Morgan says too. I don't know why, but the way that Sasuke says that twice kills me. I don't know, it feels like he's stuttering that. You didn't need to say it like that. You didn't need to say it like that. Oh, cute. Okay, workplace. Blue blood. Throwing out flowers. It always depresses me, actually putting them in the bin. So they end up just withering around my place. I might have some kind of record for number of flowers killed at this point. They're just friends with the Ikarians now, yeah.
Why do you buy so many flowers?
I don't buy them, I get sent them. And chocolates and wine and lockets of hair. Sometimes all mixed together. How these people even know where to... Mama? What? You give anybody my address? The hell kind of a question is that? How do they... Wait, did I read that right? Oh, no, I didn't read that right. That's Hana. How do these people even know where to... Mama? What? You give anybody my address? The hell kind of a question is that? How did they get my address then? Maybe if you stop putting your personal contacts on your business cards, you wouldn't be so easy to find. So now if a woman's friendly, she deserves to get stalked? Not very forward of you, Mama. Forward? You think I don't know about forward? You brats don't know shit about political correctness. When I was your age, we'd list... She's gonna go on for a while. If you need to save battery or data or whatever.
So this is where you previously worked?
Yeah, I was what they call a #1 gal. That explains a lot.
And that involved people buying you lots of drinks?
Selling dreams. Close enough. Welcome back, Yakuza 5.
That sounds like a very nice way to make a living.
Nah, it's pretty mean. What are you doing here anyway? Gloating? If you're not gonna come back, don't lounge around. Your old fans will get the wrong idea. Come on, mama. I'm just sitting here. And a crowd's already gathering. My bad.
Would you ever consider making a return?
No. I didn't hate it. Don't feel ashamed of it or the people I met doing it. Even if some of them are nagging grumps. Keep it up and I'm handing you a mop. But I want to be moving up, you know? Always up. And the only places up from here are those cloud palaces where the courtesans lounge on golden couches and get fed grapes or whatever. Big gap from here to up there and there's no footholds. Either you make it all the way or you fall. I need a little more security in my income than that. Less working in security, I get paid to punch the teeth out of handsy assholes. Not even the most powerful courtesan in the city gets to enjoy that feeling.
Without getting into more detail than you'd be comfortable with, how high is Mrs. Kim in the organization's leadership?
Pretty high.
But she also works here as a
manager.
So does she need to?
We're not as rich as the Ikaria or as insane as the Russ. We all gotta work if we want to eat, leadership included.
I see. But even so, this workplace seems very high energy for someone of her...
So that neatly answers the hostess versus courtesan who would win gag from earlier. That's really funny. Age? I think she's comfortable here. She married into the Blue Bloods, you know? And the pictures of her I've seen, the vibe I get. I think she was kind of a trophy wife.
Oh.
Her husband's whole family dying, leaving her in charge. She got burned on that deal. But she handled it, obviously. And I can't name any other old guard I would tolerate hosting under. The hell are you whispering over there? Not whispering anything, Mama. Your hearing's just gone to shit. He's my brother-in-law's illegitimate son. Had his mistress give birth at the manor. Guess he was afraid if she went to the hospital, the paparazzi might notice. Of course, as it turned out, that was the least of our worries that night. Brother-in-law's illegitimate son.
I could pass a message to him if you'd like.
The hell would I even say? We're already dangling literally all the money we can in front of him. And he's not taking the bait.
I didn't mean another offer. I thought you might want to pass on a more personal sentiment.
Ha! Fat chance. We don't share any blood. We've never met. And if the fox asked him to kill me, he wouldn't blink.
I think that Sosuke would blink.
Give it up. Sosuke and I aren't family, little girl. So she's, by marriage, his great aunt? Right? Where the fuck is it? Her brother-in-law's son? Wait. So her siblings... Oh, I see. Illegitimate son. So this is not her sibling's kid. So she's just an aunt and not by marriage. This is there's a loop because he's illegitimate. A loop? A hole? A loophole? I don't know. But if we wanted to be family... Ah, forget this shit. I got a job to get back to. If I look away for 5 seconds, all the talent around here devolves back into high school drama addicts. She took my locker, he stole my deodorant.
No one can deny your work ethic, Mrs. Kim.
Thanks, I know. But you still gotta pay for a full hour's worth of that booth.
Would Adonai be upset if I put it under her name?
Okay, that's the Blue Bloods. Recovered session.
Is this gonna be... What is this gonna be? Not Sarah and Sasuke, is it? Alright, it's recording. Oh! I see. I don't remember what voices I gave any of them. Tanks, do you have to record this? If I don't record it, Creek will ask me for notes when he doesn't remember any of it next week. Guilty as charged. Oh, we get to see them again. Do you have to video record it? It's fine, Miller. Also, I don't know how to do it, so it's just audio. What's up, Trey? Eyes bothering you again? Huh? Are they flickering? No, but you're staring a hole in the wall. Oh, I was just thinking, like... Are we cyberpunk? I think we qualify, yeah, but we can go get you some felonies if you're feeling... No, I mean, like, culturally, is this cyberpunk? What do you mean? Just dice and paper. Easy entertainment that can't be bugged or tracked. Perfect way to fight Big Brother, don't you think? They're so funny. I'm so sad they're all dead. Yeah, but we could do cards or something, too. You think playing Go Fish is cyberpunk? Well, no, but like... A tabletop RPG? That's what you're on about? I'll be real, you sound dumb as shit right now, man. Huh? I've read it like 5 times before, but somehow we could get you some felonies if you want. Killed me in this read. Good delivery, actually, I'll say that, thanks. Tabletop is cyberpunk, write that down, write that down. There's literally nothing more cyberpunk than a tabletop RPG. He's got a point. Learn your history, Trey. Now pay attention. As you approach... They're fucking playing cyberpunk. Oh. They're playing a fucking tabletop, god damn it. As you approach the town's walls, swords clanging against shields ring out. Voices rise and arrows are loosed. You've stumbled upon the closing acts of a fierce battle, and it's clear the players intend to let it play out to its natural conclusion. Up on the parapets, a stern, horned woman, her long, proud hair slicked with the same blood that drips down her brow, spots you. Her eyes go wide. She doesn't seem pleased to see you. She thinks we're like enemy reinforcements? We kinda are. We got a charter from the dukedom to protect its people, and the Horn guys are all foreigners. Can't we ignore that? If I break an oath, my build is screwed. Oh, they're straight up just playing D&D. I thought they were going to be playing a cyberpunk RPG, and they're not. They're just playing D&D. Oh. I have a telekinesis, right? You gonna toss her off the wall? What? No, talk to her. What's the spell? You have a telepathy talent, if that's what you're asking. Right, okay, I use telepathy. Roll the dice. I got a 14. Okay. Skimming the surface of her mind, you see visions of allies cut down and civilians fired upon. Her skull is teeming with rage and despair at this brazen defilement of the rules of war. Oh shit, this is a Hornling village and she's under attack. Tough luck, you got an oath. Yeah, but if I ignore the plight of the innocent, my build is screwed. Paladins have it rough. Well, can we get inside? The woman is injured, but not beaten. Within a few paces of her lies the lever that opens the gate. She eyes you and readjusts her grip on her club. She is seriously considering destroying the device to prevent you from entering. Can she hear me? Yeah. Okay, I use persuasion. We're cool, lady. 19. Every time. How do I even... Taken aback by your earnest appeal, she spots a glimmer of hope in your arrival, and betting on that hope, she throws open the gates for you. You should have said the DC higher, man. Creek, do you have different dice than the rest of us? What did I come here for again?
Rumors of a powerful necromantic tome in the area drew you towards the supposed final resting place of Elsbeth, the Never-Dying. Okay, persuasion. I asked the lady where Elsbeth's tomb is. 20. That's not even... While she is at first taken aback by your abrupt change of topic, your, clever wording subtly hints at the idea that Elsbeth's crypt might have a weapon powerful enough to drive off her villagers' raiders for good. The elders used to frighten us with tales of Elsbeth's might to get us to behave. I remember my nan would... Oh, that should probably be in an accent. Whatever. Would tell us that she'd rise up from under the town of... I can't read. The town church if we didn't do our chores. Christ. Okay, so the dungeon's in the church? But of course, the church is locked down and full of our women and children, along with the sick and the elderly. We'd never risk their safety by opening the church doors while this battle yet rages. Well, yeah, but I can just pick the lock, right? Come on, you always do this. Do what? You always luck your way out of the battles and then we get beat up for 15 turns. Oh my god. I come back to revive you, don't I? I don't think you even lost HP yet. I'm playing smart, avoiding conflict. Avoiding all the scenarios I set up too. Alright, I'll throw a knife at one of the raiders. 19. Seriously? The knife hits him right in his eye and he dies instantly. Dropping the keg of burn gel he was rushing towards the nearest fortification. Wait, that's me. That's my guy right near... He dropped a bomb? I have 3 charges of Valorous Interception. I can shield you. Oh. So the Hornlings in this village are legal citizens. I thought they were all foreign to this land? This village is lorded over by vampires though, remember? So you wouldn't want to live here. It's like a shit town or a ghetto for immigrants or whatever. How's that work? Why is the Duke cool with vampires? It's all legal. The Hornlings just pay blood taxes instead of gold for their lord's protection. So they got vampires here too. Can we go in the castle and kill the vampire lords? I mean, you can do whatever, but the vampire clan is the legal protectorate in the area, so you'd be committing a crime. Is your build screwed if you commit a crime, Miller? I think if it's like the right thing to do, it doesn't break any oaths. So is killing the vampire lords the right thing to do? Kind of subjective. Oof, not what you want to hear from your good guy. Well, I'm not a good guy. I'm only playing as one. So, Tanks, if we charge into the castle, it's probably filled with traps and guards and shit, right? I'm not gonna tell you. Come on. Look, it's a castle. There'll be defenses and shit, yeah. I'm game. Hornlings seem cool. Let's go kill some landlords. After the fight we just went through? We just rested. Yeah, but you just did like 5 nat 20s in one encounter. This happened to me yesterday. Not me personally, but like our fight yesterday. We had a very fun D&D fight yesterday and we kept rolling nat 20s. I also not a nat 20, but I rolled like a 33. Krieg, girl, you're burning through all your luck. Krieg, the Red Hood approaches. Krieg. Yeah, all of his luck is stored in the D&D rules. I think you might be burning through all your luck. I'm happy to burn through all my luck if it means getting to kill some bloodsuckers with you boys. Thanks, Krieg. But also, you are literally out of charge of change of fortune charges. We just rested. It was a short rest though. Oh, Trey's starting to get it. I miss Krieg, yeah. She was fun. Damn. Reality's cruel. Oh, they were all fun. Ooh, more. Yeah, I miss Creek's pod. Police. Reyes! Sighting, witness statement, anonymous report, emergency call from a burner. What is all this? Why are all these tips getting reported all of a sudden after the trial's over? It smells, right? What do you mean? All this new info coming in surrounding Creek's pod? A fun bonus scene that has the gold subject sadness straight into the veins. Yeah, Christ. And all of it pointing towards the rust for some reason. You don't buy it? Of course I don't buy it. So you think the Ikoria are trying to point fingers at the rust after Sosuke's been proven innocent? Well, no, that doesn't make much sense. But someone's trying to pull something. If the blue bloods are the victims and you eliminate the Ikoria, that just leaves the rust. But why would they want to misdirect attention onto themselves? I don't know. I guess it can't be them doing it. But gang wars have winners and losers, right? Someone stands to benefit from pitting the reds versus the blues. True. But finding that someone is a task that even OC would struggle with. And we got our own hands full. With what? Sorting through all the false confessions and love letters addressed to Heartbreak? Hey, is there a certain district attorney among those love letters? Just wondering. Prep for the convention. Chief wants everything to shine. Oh, interesting. The convention's coming up again. Ugh. I wonder if that's going to be a setting for episode 3. Grin and bear it. Any hair out of place, and the private sector will... Phone call? Yeah, it's a family thing. Would you excuse me? Family thing? Emma walks through the office and quietly drops one on the pile without looking. Yeah, I know, right? No, it's fine. I need some air anyway. Hello? Whoa, hey. Wasn't sure you'd pick up. Why wouldn't I pick up for my adorable nephew? What is this? Am I on speaker? We gotta stick to code names? No, I'm just gonna have to delete all this later. Thanks for that. Why would you call me on this line? It's the only number I have. You haven't exactly kept in touch. I don't... Relax, man. It's a joke. Remember those? You used to be good at them. Yeah, I remember. I never took anything seriously. Only way to live. I hope you don't mean that. Do I hear a teaching moment coming on? It's like riding a bike for you. Why call me now? Take a guess. Oh, you can't... You're serious? You're the one trying to take credit for Creek's pod? Waste not, want not. No one else seemed interested in it. Hey, nephew. Yes, sir? What the fuck are you thinking? The blue bloods will disown you. That's not what they said. Drown you. You think you have numbers? Well, they have unity. A lot less unity than they did a week ago. Creek was a flickering light bulb of low-quality hope for the young bloods. I extinguished that, and the old guard haven't even tried to retaliate. If I were a young blood, I'd start feeling pretty damn disposable right about now. Connections to the Ikarians, Blue Blood, and the Rust. London sure has many friends. Yeah, I'm curious. What is your shit, London? You want to start a civil war? That's on your head, but taking credit for kills you didn't earn sounds like a pretty dumb way to spark it. Fake it if you ever want to make it. Don't worry. The young bloods will start seeing some very real casualties soon enough. Don't do this. This is... Do you even have permission from... Now that's low. You, of all people, threatening to tell Mom? Because I'm taking initiative? Because I'm stirring a pot that's stone cold. You want to act your age, urge caution, pray 3 times a day to the status quo? Go right ahead. I'm gonna move. I'm sorry. I didn't call to argue. This was a courtesy call. Thought you might appreciate a warning about all the smoke that'll get blown up your ass for the next few weeks. Thanks, but I'm not so old I can't recognize bullshit when I smell it. That's good. Glad to hear you're still sharp. Besides, I'm not an OC anyway. You went back to arson? You're not still in homicide, are you? Thought that was like a sabbatical. No. That sucks, because I've met all the guys who are an OC, and I don't like any of them. Sounds like they're doing their jobs then. Sure, sure. Hey, listen, I didn't mean to drop contact. Aw, don't worry about it. You picked up when I called. That's all anyone can ever do, right? Bare minimum. Yeah, well, not like I can invite you over for dinner. I guess not. Don't do anything that'll get you killed. Damn, you're full of good advice today. Got the fortune cookies afraid for their job security. I mean it. Don't do anything that'll get you killed. There it is, the double emphasis. What you used to always say? Redundancy, redundancy, right? I remember. Believe it or not, I took every lesson to heart. Interesting. All right, one more. Received call. Fortune cookies exist in 2086? I guess. Rockford. Hey. No, I'm glad you called. I could use some decompression. Glad the ad ended in time for this, yeah. Actually, I think it's like technically still going. So maybe I give it a couple of seconds. I want to chew on Kazim London's brain. Yeah, me too. I'm so interested in his whole bullshit. We know so little about him, and he's really cool. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a couple more seconds just to like make sure that the ad break is done, because it says there's like 10-ish more seconds. I can't wait for when they put him in a bunny suit next episode. Thank God. Thank God they're putting him in a bunny suit. Good. Okay, it says my ad break is over, so now we will be reading a thing that will probably kill me. No, I'm glad you called. I could use some decompression. Trust, sexualize that man. Yes. Well, I just had a loss, but don't tell anyone I called it that. Thanks. It'd be the death of me if it ever got out. Yeah. No, I read the story. Well, what I could. It's kind of hard to read anything in between the editorializing. Right. If it gets you the resources, who cares? I don't know at this point. If I can be a conspiratorial for a second, I'm not sure they want Heartbreak caught. But that's going a bit far. It's more like so long as Heartbreak's out there, they want to take advantage of the moment. People are scared because of Heartbreak. The state thrives on fear. Some of the radicals are getting bold. The state will relish on the chance to draw them out. Maybe after the election. No, that's okay. I've thought about it myself. I just don't want to go that path if I don't have to, you know? Still got my pride. Really? Wow, they're taking it pretty seriously then. Reflects their priorities, of course. Data's their lifeblood. No, I mean, that's great. How long will you be in town? Yeah, I'm excited to finally meet. In person. We should get dinner. Yeah, definitely. Sorry if you were hoping for that kind of excitement, but no. There's no jealous ex in the picture for you to worry about. I think you'll be fine. I don't think you'll be fine. I don't think you'll be fine.
Ooh. I know it's Pride Month, but it would be funny if Emma was straight. Ha! Could you imagine? Hey. Hey, who's on the other end of the phone? Hey. Who's on the other end of the phone? Emma. Yeah, ignore the bells tolling. That's just something they have in the courthouse. Who have you... That's not a... So I feel crazy. I feel insane. There's no jealous ex, but they haven't... Oh, that is romantic, but there's no... That's not... Sorry, my brain melted a little bit. Wait, what was I gonna say? That's not like a finally meet in person? Anyway, I'm gonna go through and buy all the other phone charms because I forgot. And the Hatsune Miku color. And this. I'm gonna go back to pink though. That's her OnStars bias, I think. Really, really funny. I forgot she was an Ensemble Star stan. London, head empty. Really, really good. What the fuck is Morgan gonna feel if she was straight? Well, she's not, so... There's Enki. Oh, look at her. Sarah on the clock. She's so cute. And then the Reyes one, which is crazy. Hey, can I please flip it around? Please, 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 please. Undercover. And Necomorg. Okay, I think that's all of them. Yeah, that's still say free, but like, it's fine. Evil little bug deserves a Nobel Peace Prize. You're so right. They managed to draw these characters so... Oh, the Sarah's so cute. My bet is 80 in a bunny suit next. True. I hope it's London, though. I really want it to be London. Or Emma. I know Bug has drawn Emma in a bunny suit before, because we're thinking about cosplaying of the double bunnies at MagFest, maybe. So we went looking. I'm free to go through the tags now. I can write Emma Morgan fanfiction now. Oh my god. I'm gonna be unstoppable. God, now I have to wait for the rest of the game. That's crazy. I want to throw up. This Reyes one is crazy. You can, yay! Yay, I'm very excited to go through the tags. AD handled with care. She's so cute. You can chew on drywall with us whenever they drop a new teaser. Thank God. There may have been a trailer at a con today for episode 3. Oh, right. That was this weekend, wasn't it? Or like... Or maybe it's... I feel like it was a weekend. But I know they have a thing where they were they showed the first 5 minutes, right? Was what they were planning on doing. Which is a crazy short preview. And makes me so scared. 5 minutes of gameplay at too many games. I'm so... God. The Sarah is really cute, though. I don't know. Reyes is cute, and Sarah's cute. I think I'm gonna keep Sarah for now. God, only 5 minutes of gameplay is really, really crazy. Okay. Oh my god, I forgot to have my bot up the entire day. I knew I was forgetting something. I'm so jealous. I wish I could be there, but the United States, yeah. To be fair, I am in the United States and I can't make it there. I am both busy and I'm pretty sure nowhere near that. Yeah, I forgot my bot. Whoopsie. It's fine. It didn't miss anything terribly, terribly critical. I was gonna say most of the people who are around for our of the Devil streams are already well aware of my Discord server and my recent cover and my socials. I will spam them again now that I do have my bot up. Let me see if it's kicked in yet. Yep, there we go. We got all my socials. We got my Discord server where we can yap about spoilers now. Keeping them under a spoiler tag, of course, but I can yap now. Yeah, if you're not already in the Discord server, I sometimes just send chunks of text about games like this because I'm extremely normal. What else is there? Cover. Now we gotta play it again and see if we get different stuff with not cleaning the crime scene. That is exactly what I was thinking of doing. I do really want to do that. But yeah, my recent cover of... It's actually not very recent anymore. I do have another cover actually coming out. I'm probably going to post a teaser for it tomorrow. So keep an eye out for that. What else is coming up? On Monday, Trav and I are going to be starting Valhalla. Valhalla spelled with numbers. The like cyberpunk question mark bartender video game. So we will be playing that. I have not played it before, so I will be going in blind, but Trav knows what the story is, so we will be doing that. Yes, Valhalla is spelled like that. Thank you. So yes, we will be starting Valhalla, and then the rest of the week I'm actually off. I am busy both Wednesday and Friday. And I don't think I'm going to get in a Tuesday is the only day I would really have to stream. So I'm not going to be streaming that week. I'm going to be out touching grass. So apologies for that. The good news is Of the Devil is done. So my schedule is freeing up a little bit. Once I'm back from my touching grass excursion, I think we're going to be bringing back the Great Ace Attorney. I will have to check in with my guests for the upcoming cases, because if folks are not aware, my Great Ace Attorney replay features new guests on every single case. And we are currently on the Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. So that'll be fun. I think we're towards the end of it, where we left off. So there'll be that. Wednesdays, I don't know what we will be doing. Ooh, I did just get a new game actually that I think people who are fans of things such as detectives games and organized crime might be quite interested in. Thank you for the follow, Riker Ninja. Hello. Emoji. It is a there is a game that people have been asking me to play for a while that might become my regular Wednesday streams from here on out. I'll have to see. On days that Yakuza 0 isn't being played, that is. We're inching towards the end of Yakuza 0. Unfortunately, the people who want to stream Yakuza 0 are all busy. We're all busy touching grass. Hello, how's it going? It's going good. We just caught up to the most recent bit of the Devil. Also, it's really funny that I mentioned my D&D campaign earlier, because we were fighting a guy named Riker spelled like that. I say a guy, I made him up, I'm a co-DM, but very funny coincidence. Anyway, let me go back to the title screen. Model employee when? Model employee? What is model employee? Am I getting I was like, I feel like I have the little plonk noise. Model employee? What is model employee? Oh, wait. Oh, Nth Circle game, and Nth Circle's game before Of the Devil. I'm trying to see if I've heard of this. It's a game jam game from Nth Circle that takes place in this universe. Ooh. Is it a quick playthrough? Because I could and would tack it onto just like a random stream day for sure if it's a quick playthrough. Game Jam makes me think it's shorter. Probably? Okay. Sub 4 hours, I think, total with voicing. Oh yeah, if I can do it in one night, sure. It's about the same as the prologue. Yeah, I'll look into it for sure. Because I really, really like what Nth Circle is doing. That's pretty funny because I feel like it's pretty rare to find the spelling of Riker. When I wrote that character, I stole it from Rune Factory. there's a romanceable character in one of the recent Rune Factories. I don't remember which one, named Riker, spelled like that. I was debating when I named that character, going between that. Yeah, Rune Factory 5. I was thinking between Rune Factory. I haven't played 5. And the Star Trek guy, but I think Star Trek guy spells it with an I. I was not a Next Generation kid. I was a original series kid. But in the fairly limited knowledge that I have of Star Trek as well. But anyway, that's enough rambling. What the fuck else is up? Do I have anybody I can raid at this hour? It is midnight. Oh yeah, okay. Tortilla Senpai is currently streaming Celeste, and assuming she's not about to end stream right now, we can go raid her. And we can say Billions Must Play of the Devil. Let me triple check that she hasn't been streaming for like 4 hours, because if she has, I may raid somebody else. Just because I don't want to be like, sorry. Making a ruckus as you were about to wind down for stream. How long have you been streaming? But yeah, I will be looking into model employee because I am interested in whatever Nth Circle has to offer. Twitch adds evil. Twitch adds evil. Hopefully it can get us out of here before another ad break hits us. But yeah, thank you guys for sticking around for the Of the Devil streams. It's been very, very nice being a part of the Devil community. Folks have been very fun and very like on the same wavelength in terms of brain rot. And so it's just been a very nice place. Yes, another Discord to lurk. Yeah, no, lurkers very, very welcome. I'd say it's mostly lurkers in there. There's a couple channels that are very, very active, but largely lurkers. Take care, have a lovely rest of your night, and it was a pleasure to meet you. It was nice to meet you as well. All right, we are going to raid Tortilla Senpai because it looks like it's a belated birthday. Sorry, I thought it might be her birthday today because her stream title says something about birthday, but she's playing Celeste, so we're going to raid over there. Everybody have a good night, and I will see you guys on Sunday if you're in my Discord server, I forgot, for Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood rewatch party. Or if not then, for me starting out Valhalla. All right, let's raid Tortilla Senpai and call it a night, because it is late. I'm unsurprised by that. All right, cool. Wahoo. All right, I will see y'all in the Discord or on the internet or otherwise. Have a good night, everybody. Yay!